remember, but I didn't.
The other
And then
well, it's pretty easy.
mute this one and this one.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, Kim. That's about all I got for you, boo.
The only question I have is,
I see it. Madam Mayor, the mics are live.
Thank you. I'd like to bring the meeting to order. Time is 5:32. Welcome to our visitors. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
Roll call, Madam
Roll
Mayor.
call. I'm so sorry. Roll call, please. Sorry.
Mayor Gore,
Here.
Vice Mayor Bennett, Councilor Randolph.
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Parton, Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Here.
Now, is there a motion to go into closed session?
I move to go into closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711, A1, to discuss and consider personnel matters including the appointment, assignment, and performance of specific appointees and employees, and consideration, discussion of prospective candidates for employment appointment. A3 and A6, to discuss the acquisition of real property for a public purpose when bargaining is involved, and discussion is open, in open meeting would adversely affect the city's bargaining position and financial interests. A7 and 8, to consult with legal counsel and be briefed by staff regarding probable litigation and specific legal matters, with such briefing and consultation in open meeting would adversely affect the city's litigating posture, and to the extent such discussions will be aided thereby. And A4, for the protection of the privacy of the individuals and personal matters not related to public business.
Second.
Any discussion? There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham, Councilor Randolph.
Yes.
Okay, because we're gonna use my mic so that everybody in the building can hear him, or do we need to? I'm talking to you.
Say again, I'm sorry.
Okay, last time I put my mic here so that everybody could hear him, because everybody in the back can't hear this. Why don't you go to the back and see?
It should be loud enough if you set it in between the two mics at the same time.
Oh, okay. Mr. Council Pardon, we need you to talk.
I was like, y'all need me to talk. Don't ever ask a politician to talk.
Without this? Okay, so with this on or with this, I'm gonna turn this off now.
Yeah, it should be perfect. It's good.
Is what? No, he's on the phone. Okay, talk. Council Pardon.
So who's all in the room? Who can hear my, shall we say, lovely voice?
No one of importance.
Oh,
It's just the city manager, the city attorney, you know. And-
the people that make the wheels run.
Or Rusty. Well, we also have Mr. Reed Miller. We have Miss
Okay.
Sears. Do I have to list everybody in the room, really?
Yeah, why not? This is America.
Okay, and Stacy English, you know Stacy.
Stacey English, formerly
who?
Stacey Henderson.
Oh, and Rashad, our IT guy, who's running swiftly from the room. And
That's because he didn't want me to say out his name loud.
I know that's right. And then there's Rashad. And then there's Charlie. That's who you're speaking with. We all have. Can everyone hear him just fine? Apparently they can. Okay, great. So
The Honorable Charles Dane.
So what's going to happen is I'm going to call you back at 7:30,
Okay.
and then the mayor will say her piece as far as asking you, or you'll say, I don't know, Madam City Attorney, what are your instructions for Council Pardon as to what you were saying something about he has to say where he's calling from and something. Okay. Okay. What we talked about earlier as to where you are and why, that's all that'll need to be said. And hopefully the mayor will ask those things.
Okay. Now,
Okay.
was Ms. Robinson just talking into the mic, or was that just her just talking?
That was her just talking. Her mic's
Oh,
not
okay.
on.
Okay. Because I could hear that like halfway decent. So that's what I was thinking. I was thinking she probably wasn't on the mic. So if I could hear her just, regular talking like that, then probably once it's on the mic, then it's probably good.
Okay, but we need to get off the phone because the mic is transmitting live.
Oh, okay.
I'll call you at 7:30. Bye.
All right. Thank you, Miss Arrington.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello. Yes. Can you hear me? Really? I can't hear myself. But I should be able to hear something. Really? Ready or not, here I come. Oh, you can't hide.
Madam Mayor, the mics are live.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I have some notes to report from the dais in terms of some closed session topics. To make, it's okay. It's okay. It's not a problem. Councils would like to request an interview of YSC and the appointment of the CPMT, the two positions be interviewed at our next meeting. And if there's any issues with scheduling those two people, to let me know. We're also going to ask the city attorney to verify if the YSC Youth Services Code and our records say that a person must live or be an employee of the city in order to serve on the Youth Services Commission. If not, then the clerk will set up the interviews to a YSC and the CPMT member. Council directed me to relay some information to Mr. Altman regarding project. What?
Come out of closed.
Oh, what?
Come out of closed.
Oh, sorry. We have a motion to come out of closed session.
I'd like to make the motion to come out of closed session.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? I can do the finish my report out now.
Counselor,
Certify.
She has to.
Okay.
We haven't done
okay. I used to do. Okay. Go ahead.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham, Vice Mayor Bennett,
No, yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Gotta come out of closed session.
Oh, okay, yes.
I skipped that step.
Where only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham, Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes. Okay, so I'll finish doing the report out. I have information to lay to Mr. Altman regarding his evaluation. I'll do that at the end of this meeting. I also need to instruct the city clerk that we are going to resume with our council recaps, and that'll be due out to the public via the FOIA list on Fridays by close of business. And we decided that if council, the recap that we talked about,
Okay, are you talking about the recap or
Just
are you
the
talking
recap.
about, not the big thing, just the recap?
yeah, it's gonna be the big thing. The recap is gonna be done no matter what. If anyone would like to submit their information to you to include in the bigger thing, they must do it by 5 o'clock on Thursday.
All right, and so the recap is to be sent to the FOIA list?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
By Friday,
within-
close the business.
By this Friday?
So you have Friday, Thursday, close the business for anyone to submit to you if they would like to add. If you don't get anything, then you move forward and send out the recap on Friday.
So when does it go to council prior? Who?
It doesn't.
It doesn't? Okay.
Is that clear? The council recap that we talked about in the back, I'm just giving her.
us at all?
I thought we instructed for her to do the recap. Do you want it to come to us? If we do, we have to go back and talk about it again to figure out another deadline for it to go back to us.
Well, I took notes, and I swear that my notes say it comes to us, but okay.
Come to us when and for, what was the turnaround for us to give what back? We didn't talk about
We didn't talk about a term, but we talked about it coming to us, not to,
the FOIA list.
yeah. We talked about the other issue going to the FOIA list.
It's all the same document.
Okay, so the recap is going to be sent to the FOIA list by Friday, close of business.
Yes.
Okay.
Thursday at 5 o'clock, if anyone likes to add to it, then they give it to you. If they don't do it, you move forward. You don't need to wait for anyone to give you any information. Council has a week to give me information regarding what we're gonna do with the employee appreciation dinner. I'll ask for that to be next Friday, close the business deadline to give me that information. I have the information I had to follow with you, Madam Clerk, regarding some research from that event that I had to relay back to council. I'll follow with you after this.
For the employment appreciation.
Appreciation dinner. Mr. City Manager, I'll follow up with you regarding credit card policy in the forums at the end of this meeting. Council needs to add some information to the form, and just for the record, I'm gonna say it out loud. We would like to have a column for who, why, finance code, the department to, the department from, and a copy of the codes, and I'll go more in depth with that when I meet with you, but I just want to stay on record with the topics. And please, Madam Clerk, prepare to have employee evaluations on the 2/11 closed session. And if there's any information, I'll give you that for backup. Council, is that all the updates you have for me to put on record?
I was just about to ask you, are these comments a matter of record?
Yes, that's right, yep.
His review.
Yep, I did. Gotcha. Okay, there is no other conversation. We do have a work session that was supposed to begin at 6:30, and we are over, but we have a regular meeting at 7:30, so we're gonna recess for 5 minutes. Thanks, guys.
So, I'm sorry, question.
Can you cut the mics off? Our meeting doesn't begin until 7:30, so we have Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting to order. The time is 7:39. Roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway? Here. Counselor Parton? I got it. Counselor Parton, can you speak again, please?
Yes, ma'am. Here from Houston, Texas.
Okay.
Counselor Parton, was there something you wish to relate to the mayor?
Yes. According to our city attorney, I have to disclose where I currently am and why I'm requesting to be a part of this meeting electronically. I'm currently in Houston, Texas, and I am here for the week doing software training for my full-time employer.
Thank you, Counselor Parton, for that information, and thanks for asking timely if you could participate electronically. Glad you're there safely. All right. We can continue with the roll, Madam Clerk.
Excuse me, Mayor Gore?
Here.
Counselor Denton?
Here.
Counselor Pelham?
Here.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Here.
Counselor Redmond?
Here.
Thank you very much. We're going to begin our meeting with a welcome again. Thank you all for joining us. I'm sorry that we went over on our work sessions that we had planned this afternoon. Council will need to discuss when to do that. I'll ask for C3 to be pulled out. But I'd like to open up our meeting officially with Pastor Jameson of Fountain Life Church to give us some remarks, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance of the United States of America by Counselor Holloway. Please stand.
God bless you, Council, and thank you for this opportunity to open up in prayer tonight. Lord, we thank you for this opportunity once again to perform the assignments that's been set upon every city, especially this city tonight. We ask you for your blessings to be upon this meeting tonight. These council persons that you have called, appointed, and anointed to be in the positions that they are in. We are asking you to affirm them through wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, that this city may go forth under the will of God, destined before the foundation of the world. We honor you in this place tonight, and we would ask that you would cause the agenda and whatever else is assigned to this meeting tonight to fulfill its destiny, that your will be done in this great city of Hopewell. We thank you for allowing us to be here tonight. We thank you that you said that where 2 or 3 come together, you would be in the midst to bring forth knowledge, wisdom, understanding that surpasses our own understanding as natural beings. So we honor you tonight, Father God. Thank you for where you brought this city to, this council members. And we thank you that the best for this city is yet to come. And we give you all the honor, praise, and glory for it. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. And the people say it. Amen. Amen.
Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There's like a little lag there, Council Parton. I was like, I couldn't figure out if he was feeling it or if he had like a delay. So as you know, that Council Parton is joining us remotely, and Council passed an ordinance that allows us to be able to, or a resolution to participate electronically if there was a need. So Council, is there a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting agenda? Is there a second?
Second.
We gotta add,
I'm sorry, what?
don't we have to add Carrie Quinter's thing to it?
Yeah, amend or adopt the agenda.
She said so moved.
Oh. I make a motion that we accept the agenda with an amendment to add, is that a resolution? Or
Do you want me to word it? Is there a request to amend the agenda to include R1 as charter change vote and to shift every other item on the agenda down?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilor Parton. Is there any discussion? There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
yes,
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
I'm mic is not on. Please.
Your mic is most definitely on.
Don't worry, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're gonna move on to the consent agenda, and as noted, in my welcome, I would like to ask council to please pull out C3, so we can discuss our replacement work session. Then also, we need to pull out C9 so that council and staff can act on C9. Is there a motion?
I'm sorry, what are we doing?
Pull out
We're
C3
removing
for
C3.
discussion, and C9, you have to take it out of the consent agenda in order to act on it. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank
Second.
you. Thank you. It's been moved by Counselor Pelham and then seconded by Counselor Denton. Is there any discussion?
Could you, for removing C3 and C9 from the consent agenda and putting it on the regular agenda?
I'm pulling it out so we can have discussion on it.
Okay, does that need to be in a certain area?
It comes right after we vote on pulling it out. Then we'll be
Okay.
able to talk about it. Any other discussion? Okay, there are no lights. Roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes,
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Thank you. And so we're gonna discuss C3 now. As noted earlier, we had 2 work sessions scheduled for this meeting and we missed them. So I'd like to ask council if we would like to schedule a special work session to address both items by themselves. And I'll pass it over to Vice Mayor Bennett because I think she has a question or comment on this topic,
Which one is it?
the work sessions.
Yes, I sure do. Can we discuss the work session now in reference to the agenda?
We need to select it. The question at hand is, C3 is routine approval of work sessions, so I pulled it out so we can set a work session date, since we didn't talk about it today. That would be under this part.
Okay.
If you have any comments about why it's important or.
All right,
that
so
you-
yes, so the agenda, I would like to have an agenda work session because I feel as if we as council need to have a basic understanding of process. And instead of us starting from here to change, we can start with the basic and then move from there. Just get a basic understanding. So that's what I wanted on the agenda work session.
Okay. Counselor Pelham?
yes. Is there a difference between FO FOIA and just FOIA? Is that an error or is that a different type of FOIA?
Just
It's
FOIA is
it's the
software.
software.
And so there was, and the munis training will be like management error, not detail what the operators do, because you know, Mr. City Manager.
I asked for that, so I can. So, council's, this is trying to close out an ask from last year. Council, when we talked about different duties of our appointees, which is the clerk, city manager, and the city attorney, there was an ask about operations and making sure we track money. And so there was an ask to make sure we had access to Munis to be able to just have view capability to view the budget, council's budget, the clerk's budget, and our appointees' budget. Council has access to Munis already assigned to you, but you don't have the training to be able to use the software. And so I've been trying since June, July of last year to get training of council so you can get trained on it. At this point, there needs to be like a group briefing, but I think at this time, maybe reaching out individually to try to get training if you need it, to be able to move forward as an aside, but collectively we need to have the Munis training. So this is just to be able to have access to our accounts and then whatever part in the budget. Muni code is talk about the agenda software. We went electronic with our agenda software, and that was launched, what time last year? Would you say March-ish? Early last year it was launched. And so council is the only group, I think, that's left out of that process to be able to upload their documents online for the clerk and everybody else. And so we need to get trained or at least understand how that process flows. And then Just FOIA, as answered earlier, is just the FOIA software to have the information online. So all three things, when we talked about it individually, you guys asked for training and more information. I just collectively put them in one training. And that's what this is.
Do you think we're gonna have enough time in that work session to do all three?
Yeah, because two of them are overviews. Because Just FOIA isn't even, she's giving me the eye. Just FOIA is gonna be overview. And then the agenda software, it should be really simple. And Munis, again, is just to understand the overview of how the software works. I think we need to start with basic understanding because there's still questions about what each software does based off of feedback I have with council. I think just having an understanding first and then determining how you want to proceed in terms of in-depth training would be the best approach. But I think, quite frankly, there's still people who don't understand the softwares.
So we're talking about the software and not the agenda process.
She asked a separate question.
This is
Okay,
a separate
okay.
question, yeah. I still think we should just do Munis first with this group and our questions.
We can start with Munis.
Madam Mayor, are you talking about calling a special meeting for the work session, or are you talking about putting the work session on the next
No,
regular meeting? That's what I'm
this
trying
is
to
already
figure out.
on here. She asked a question about what it
Okay.
was. Is there any other questions about the work session?
The one we've already scheduled on the 11th.
Yes.
We're gonna start with Munis, right?
We'll have all three. We'll start with Munis on the top of it, yes.
So I guess my question with the agenda process is, when do I have to submit a date?
Yep. I pulled it out so you guys could suggest the date because I can't make motions.
And the next date for work session is for our meeting is February 11th.
No, it's beyond that now.
Whatever you want.
It's asking for a separate special work session.
Okay.
So it could be any other dates.
All right.
And I like to ask for my topic to be added back to that work session too about council rules because that's been outstanding since June for certain.
With the agenda process. Okay.
But the way it's listed, two separate points, but just on the same day.
In the same day. Okay.
Well, let's do them separately, because she's asked first.
We asked at the same meeting.
I think if we do it, I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine for us to do it together.
You want both of them on the
Yeah.
same? We got
It'll
enough
be
time?
fine.
Okay.
Because it'll be a separate work session and it won't be prior to a council meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, and just as a refresher, this council rules were the assignment given to the city attorney when she was hired in June. I put on every agenda since then for us to talk about it, and we are in January of the next year, so I've been waiting 7 months
Well, that's probably
for this.
because
So
we're
for the
not all
prime
in
example,
agreement, that's
yeah.
why.
So
Between now
it's still
and,
assignment given.
between now, which is the 28th of January, and February 11th, we have 1 week. So
Yeah,
it'll either
it'll-
be the week of the 3rd through the 7th, and council availability. Does anyone have a particular day they cannot attend next week?
Yeah, I can't attend February 3rd or 5th. 4th or 6th would be preferable.
He's a busy little bee.
Is everyone okay with next Tuesday, February 4th?
I think we have a finance. We have a meeting on that day.
What meeting would that?
I'm good the third week of February. I can't do it this week, but is it best that we?
If you, so that's not gonna be prior to the council meeting.
That'll be after.
It's the week of the 17th.
So are we trying to combine both work sessions?
They're already
Into
combined.
one?
They're already combined on the agenda. I'm just trying to find a place
the
for
one we
dates.
missed tonight.
Yes, we're just trying to find another date to put exactly what's on this
And
agenda
then the
to a
one that's-
separate meeting.
Okay.
So the week of the 13th. Is there
You
any
mean the
dates?
17th? February
Sorry,
17th?
yes.
Okay.
Sorry, February 17th.
That's a holiday. I think that's President's Day.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't do that day because I'm working.
That Monday.
Is everybody 18th,
14th,
19th?
15th, 16th, 17th is a
We can't-
holiday.
We can't do it on the 17th. I can't. I'm working.
I'm okay with the 20th.
I'm fine with the 20th.
20th works for me.
Okay, let's make a decision.
February the 20th?
At 6:30?
So Madam Mayor
That's
has
three
to.
people on the 20th. Is there a fourth person? Are you good with the 20th? You're good with
Yes,
20th?
yes.
We got 5 people good on the 20th. We're gonna move to the 20th.
At 6:30?
6:30 works for me. Does that work for everybody else? That's the
6:30.
time we have to do anyways with our rules, so.
Right, but that's why I was asking.
Okay.
All right, so, now that we've discussed the work sessions, Madam Vice Mayor, would you like to make a motion to move this?
Wait a minute, you got a light?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So, excuse me, on the 11th, which I know y'all pulled that off, we have, it's shown down under public hearings. Well, you pulled it out to talk about it. Under public hearings, that should say February 25th. Ms. Griffin does have 2 conditional use permits and a development standard modification that we would need to have a.
What are you
works-
talking about, public hearing C7?
Right, C7, right,
We
but
didn't pull that
just,
out. Oh,
right,
okay.
just follow me. Those 2 items need to have a work session on the 11th in order to have the public hearing, which should say February 25th.
So we're missing a work session in our work session section?
Yes, that should be moved up. So Mrs. Griffin has 2 conditional use permits and a development standard that we would need to be able to also talk about on the 11th. So we
Okay.
can then do the public hearing on the 25th.
Okay. So is there a motion to approve council add a work session on February 11th for two conditional use permits and development use standard modification, and to reschedule the work session for tonight's meeting, work session 1 and work session 2, to February 20th at 6:30?
So moved.
So moved.
Thank
Second.
you. Madam Clerk, are you clear on that motion?
I have Vice Mayor Bennett making the motion and Councilor Parton seconding.
Yeah. Any other discussion? There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Councilor Holloway?
Yes.
Councilor Parton?
Yes.
Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Councilor Denton?
Yes.
Councilor Pelham?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Councilor Randolph?
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Now we're gonna move on to C9, Regional Anti-Litter Campaign. I'm not sure who's the speaker for this. And Madam Deputy, you can tell the guests to come in and they can sit down.
I'll be very quick. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Bennett, and all members of City Council. Over the course of several years, there has been a regional conversation about the increase in litter in the Central Virginia region. And recently, staff members from the Richmond Planning District, we are in the Crater Planning District, but the Richmond Planning District, now called Plan RVA, and 12 other local litter prevention program managers and public information officers have been discussing a regional anti-litter campaign. Our senior planner, Mr. Chris Ward, is staff for Keep Up Well Beautiful, and he has been attending those meetings. The other 12 localities are the town of Ashland, Charles City, Chesterfield County, Colonial Heights, Petersburg, Goochland, Hanover, Henrico, New Kent, Powhatan, and Richmond. And last year, this team partnered with Plan RVA to create a regional logo and campaign known as Don't Trash Central Virginia. And you have that before you, and this is the template that Plan RVA came up with. Grant dollars were used and secured for the logo, a banner, and also stickers that have presented the Don't Trash Hopewell. At first, the Don't Trash Hopewell was the same color as the Central Virginia, and we said, no, we would like to see the Blue Devil color, which is why you have it here. They are proposing 3 phases of this regional campaign. The first will be a building of awareness. They will use social media channels to educate the public about littering and how it impacts the region. The second phase will be a promotion and engagement. They want to hear from the public on how they think people can deter those who litter. They want us to submit taglines and submit hashtags regionally. The next will be a change in behavior. They want to create challenges and contests and other interactive opportunities to promote anti-litter behavior. Tonight, Plan RV is asking for the city to approve the Don't Trash Hopewell image, actually the Don't Trash Central Virginia image for the region. And simply what that means, when they say don't trash Central Virginia, they will say that Hopewell is involved in this campaign. The Don't Trash Hopewell will be our own logo that we can use locally in our city. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Is there any questions for Director Griffin? And so you actually need council to take action on this?
They've asked us just to, their approval was very light. They just said they wanted confirmation that you were okay with the logo.
Okay. Council, via consensus, are you guys fine with the logos as Director Griffin has given to us?
Yes.
Any objections? Okay.
Would it take a lot of effort? Should trash be engraved or something so to bring out flat or dome or something? Kind of like a different color.
Well, the only one they're asking about, really, we can change the Don't Trash Hopewell any way we want to. Can you move it up a little bit, Madam Clerk, to the Don't Trash Virginia? That is what they're gonna use. So this will be, the Don't Trash Central Virginia is really what they're asking. If we wanna change the Don't Trash Hopewell and change the colors, we can. But that Don't Trash Central Virginia, they are asking all 12 of the localities that I've named to approve that.
I like the color. It's my favorite color.
I like that one, so I looked
I
at
like
the
that.
other one.
Green is my favorite.
That's
color.
RVA.
I like it.
Is there a
blue
general
and- it's blue and
consensus to go
gold
with
for
the
Hopewell.
logos as presented to us?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right, so you just got your general consensus.
Yes,
We'll just
that's all I need.
annotate it, Madam Clerk, in the record that we just gave general consensus to what was given to us in the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're gonna move on to our next item. It's the recognition of the Blue Lightning soccer team with Coach Nash. And can the team come forward up here, please?
Little kids.
Oh, I'll have to turn it on.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Yes, it works. Okay, so this is the first meeting we're actually doing this where we have a microphone out here because we always get told, speak into the microphone, and it never works out. So I'll ask the parents, come to the front so you can take all your yummy pictures of your children without any interruption. And so basically, I had a parent reach out to me that is in my ward that asked to recognize her child as being part of the soccer team. She said that they were undefeated. Can we get a round of applause? And she shared that, you know, we do put a lot of effort and energy towards the football teams and a lot of the older kids who get recognition, and we really don't give the little ones out here playing sports their due. And so I wanted to make sure that I recognize you guys for a perfect season. I looked at all your stats and everything. You guys were amazing. And I also want to take the time out to thank the coach for your leadership, as I heard this is your second time being undefeated, correct? Second time. With this team. And So I'll just ask if you have any words that you want to share about the season, and then ask the students if they have anything that they want to share about what their experience was like this year, and we'll definitely get you guys some certificates so you can hang on your wall to make sure you remember this moment.
Good evening. Obviously, we're missing a few, but with me I have Catalina, Jace, Hayden, Jameer, Kai, and Michael. Thank you guys for coming tonight. Parents, thank you for bringing them. Started about 3 years ago. My middle child back there, she said, I want to play soccer, Dad. And I've been stuck with it ever since. I love it. The kids are great. They give the effort. They come out there. They do it all. I'm just having fun with them. You know, I mean, coaching's just a great thing to do. And I hope one day I can see these kids on the professional level, you know, college level, something like that. I just want to be a good mentor, good coach, and a good friend to them. Somebody to look up to, somebody to have fun with, and they have fun playing the game. The smiles on their faces when they win games, lose games, it doesn't matter. They're having fun doing it, and that's what I like to see. So I just love it. And Aaron, thanks for all you do for the City of Hopewell with the rec department. We, without you out there, you know, we couldn't be coaching like this. We couldn't have these kids and the uniforms and everything. So good look out. Anybody want to speak? Any kids?
Yeah, you all, come on,
Alright, come on, Caddy.
Oh, you do? Okay, we got some.
Mayor, or Kai?
I like soccer. When I first played it, it was fun for me. And I met friends from school that they played soccer with me, and I was on a different team that we kept on losing. We only won 2 or 3 games, and I never gave up, so I just kept on playing soccer. Then I started to play football, and then went back to soccer, playing with Coach Nash. Then it got better, and we won. And we won undefeated.
So I'll also just share that, you know, last year when I became mayor, I said I really wanted to do this time of the meeting different. I wanted to make sure our proclamations, our resolutions were not dry and generic and boring. And I kind of got away from that during the summertime, but over the holidays I was reminded why I really wanted to take a moment to recognize people in the community. And so we will have a form online. I think it's already on under my section on the council's page. If there's anyone else in the community doing great things and you want to be recognized, no matter what group you're part of, submit the form, and I will put you on the agenda to make sure you get the acknowledgement that you deserve, and make sure the community knows all the great things that you're doing and you get the support that you need. And so that's on the city's website, hopeova.gov. And once again, thank you so much, and you have certificates. If there's anything else I can do to help you guys out, let us know.
One more shout out, Office on Youth. Thank you. Y'all are awesome.
We forgot the parents. Thank you guys for all your dedication and making sure these kids the children get out to practice and they're engaged and that they are able to participate in programs like this in the city. And thank you for bringing them here tonight. I really do appreciate it. So one last round of applause. Thank you guys. You guys rock.
We're going to move forward. Okay. So we're going to move. We don't have anyone signed up for the public hearing tonight. We don't have any public hearing. So we're going to move on. But I don't think it was on the agenda to have a.
Oh.
Do we?
Oh, no, it's not.
Do we have
No.
on the agenda for public hearing tonight?
No public hearings. Your
Okay.
first item is UB1.
We don't have it tonight. Moving on to unfinished business, UB1. Oh, and the mayor's back.
You can finish this one. Go ahead.
This is the engineering office. Like to speak on it?
Mr. Butler's here this evening to give a presentation.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Johnny Butler with the Engineering Division. What's before you is an issue the Engineering Office was requested to investigate the concept of altering the existing north-south traffic flow on 2nd Avenue between West Randolph and West Broadway. The request was to make the two-block segment one-way southbound. The Engineering Office, in conjunction with Transportation Safety Board and the Police Department, where the request came from, reviewed the purpose and need to make the traffic flow alterations during the 2019 Transportation Safety Board meeting, July. The purpose is to better position the traffic flow for approach, access, and departure from the new police station drop-off window. The second need for the traffic alteration is to make the drop-off window more accessible from the driver's side of the approaching vehicles. A secondary need is to eliminate departure conflicts in northbound traffic with northbound traffic at the drop. And one additional issue is that the main parking lot departures, the police department parking lot, will be more safe given this type of access they often have when they're responding quickly out of that parking lot. The background, 2nd Avenue traffic counts, 4 years ago, before the start of the new police station, we conducted a traffic study and we had traffic counts, and the traffic counts were very low in both directions. The alteration connection can handle the northbound flow being redirected. And as observed during the 2 years during the construction of the police station, the closure did not cause any significant congestion issues on the neighboring streets, which was initially a concern. Would that do that? We have brought this request forward for concurrence since the decision to make such a change we thought might generate objections. To date, we have not heard the first objection, and the traffic flow change has been in use for over 6 months. So the recommendation from the Transportation Safety Board was to implement the one-way traffic flow on a trial basis. We did that in July of 2019. The implementation of the one-way traffic, actually it started in August of 2019, I misspoke. We voted to do it in July. Now that the pavement resurfacing on 2nd Avenue is complete, we resurfaced the entire corridor. We want to make permanent markings on the street and really make this a permanent. We had a lot of temporary signage. We haven't seen any reason why we couldn't go in and do this. The permanent markings will make it far more functional and more understandable than the previous and the temporary signs. So the timing is that we'd like to get your concurrence with the change, and as soon as the weather breaks in the spring, we're going to mark it with some permanent markings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Butler. Does council have any questions? Please use your light. There are no lights. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to our next item on the agenda. I did have a note. When we came out of closed session, I forgot to give you one thing for the record, that I'm supposed to meet with you and the city attorney regarding closed session packets. You can add that to the record as well.
I wanted to make a motion for,
I asked for a light and no one said,
To make a motion, because we didn't have discussion. We had to make a motion before we do discussion.
I still don't have any lights. So does anyone have a question or would like to make a motion so you can have discussion?
I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
Do I have to do that now with a light?
Yes. To speak. Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion that we approve the one-way traffic between North 2nd Avenue, on North 2nd Avenue between West Randolph Road and West Broadway for Mr. Butler, and allow him to go forward with the lining of the street.
Madam Clerk, do you have that?
It's already seconded.
It's been seconded by Councilor Pelham. Madam Clerk, do you have the motion of the Councilor Reynolds said written down? You want to repeat it?
to approve the one-way traffic on Second Avenue between West Randolph
Road and West
and
Broadway.
West Broadway.
And begin with the
And to
line.
allow, Mr. Butler to do the lines and
Line painting. Council Randolph, is that,
Street marking,
street.
you wanna
marking.
change it to
I
street
like that
marking?
yeah, I think that's probably a little more
Okay.
Pavement marking technically.
pavement marking.
You wanna
Okay.
change it to pavement marking?
Mr. Butler, next time just tell us what to say.
Johnny knows what y'all talking about.
All right, so you have what you had, just include pavement marking, please. And Councilor Pelham, are you fine with pavement marking? Okay. Now we're on to discussion. Councilor Randolph, did you have something to say besides that? You good? Okay. Anyone else have anything to add as part of discussion? I see no lights. Councilor Parton, are you fine?
I am good to go.
Okay, roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you very much. We're gonna move on to communication from citizens. I have the list here, and it was taken up a little bit before people came inside, so there might be some people missing from the list. Right now, I have Ms. Catherine Podolsky and Mr. Clary Jr. Do you wanna add your name to it?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Podolsky, when you're walking up, I'm gonna ask the clerk to read the rules out for communication from citizens. And I know you know the process, but she has to say it out loud, please.
Thank you.
A communication from citizens, period, limited in total time to 30 minutes is part of the order of business at each regular council meeting. All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, the ward number. Limit comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration on the regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks should be addressed to council as a body. Any questions must be asked through the mayor only. There should be no discussion without permission of the mayor. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed, subject to appeal to the majority of council.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Hi, Ms. Podolsky.
Hello.
Please say your name and ward, and you can go ahead and begin.
Catherine Podolsky, Ward 1. Last week, I put in a request through the city clerk to have a review of the old Patrick site / Francisco Landing plan, since the contract is supposed to be signed, as I understand it, by the end of this month. I feel there are fine details that are not known by the public. People in my neighborhood have been asking me, and I would hope that the details of the development are known by council before it agrees on a contract. Some of the details are, what is the timeline? Has the parking been worked out? I see in the original plan submitted in 2018, there's a parking deck listed in there, yet I find no details within any of the planning documents that directly address the parking deck for the gravel lot beside the library. And on the parking issue, where is the construction material gonna be? Where is the construction entrance going to be? Having lived through the nursing home construction and with the construction equipment allowed to destroy our streets, and it took 10 years to get it paved, us in the neighborhood have issues that we'd like worked out beforehand, and perhaps if there are problems, to be actually taken care of. How long will downtown be affected? And as I said, last I had heard, the contract is supposed to be signed by the end of this week. So I would just like council or whoever is in charge to make some of this information known to the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next person I have on the list is Mr. Harry Clary Jr.
Good evening, everyone. I spoke here 2 weeks ago. I made a big mistake. I offered to help Hopewell and sing in their Christmas parade. I regret that, and I will never do anything else for Hopewell again. This has snowballed into something so huge now, I've forgotten about the original reason I was up here. March Altman called a meeting on the 16th at 2:30 with Mr. Reed Miller there. Only 1 minute into the meeting, your chief of police blew up and shouted for me to shut up. I stood up and I said, okay, I guess this meeting's over. He says, I'm walking you to your car. Well, March, I was hoping you were going to
Excuse me,
follow
Mr.
us.
Clary. If you have questions or comments, you have to direct them to me as the mayor.
Okay. I was hoping March Altman would follow us, but he did not. He should have followed us out in the hall to see what was going to go on. We went down the hall. The chief of police says, keep walking. I said, I'm going to keep walking. You got the badge, so I'm going to do what you say. He said, I'll take this badge off and we'll go right here. I said, no, I don't think I'm going to do that. Well, when we got downstairs, he said, you're a coward and you're all mouth. I said, no, I'm not. I said, follow me outside the outskirts of Hopewell, make me that same offer and see what happens. Well, I was smart enough to decline his offer inside this building, and he was smart enough not to follow me outside of Hopewell. And I hear the consensus is it was two hotheads going at it. But I got news for you. I'm not the chief of police, and I'm not cut out to be one, and neither is the chief of police that you have. Now, I called March's office later. Debbie answered the phone, said, I'll have March call you back. Didn't happen. Call back again. Nothing. Your chief of police is out of control. Now, I'm hoping this is my last time that I speak here. You've had 3 murders in 27 days. That's 1 every 9 days. You divide that by 365, it's 40.5 murders, the rate you're on. Last year, Richmond had 42 murders and 51 the year before that. Hopewell is at a rate of 10 times per capita of what Richmond has. Richmond would have to have 400 murders, over 400 murders this year to compete with Hopewell, but you say you don't have a problem. It's dangerous to live here. I'm going to get out of here, and if I don't get arrested before I get out of this town tonight, it's going to be the last time I come here to speak. I'm not here to correct your problems. You are a doomed city. You haven't listened to my problems. March, you've done nothing. You pretended like you were going to do something, but you've done nothing. You know I didn't do anything wrong at that meeting. Now, if you will put up with the chief of police acting like that, you'll stoop to anything. I'm done with this stinky city.
Thank you for your comments. Next person we have up to speak is Ms. Lewis. Does anyone know which ward Mr. Clary lives in?
He doesn't live in Hopewell.
Good afternoon. On a lighter note.
What did he say?
Lives in Petersburg.
Oh, okay. He said he lives in Petersburg.
Good
Okay,
afternoon.
thank you.
On a lighter note, I come before you, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all the city council, city manager, city attorney, city clerk. I'm here. I am a newly member of the Capital Area Partnership Uplifting People, CAPA, and I was just at a meeting tonight, so I did get some information to bring forth. Our mission is to strengthen communities by providing resources for people to help themselves. So as I get information that I need to present, if it's at the city council night, I would come up that I feel is important for support. And tonight it is, being that everything's going on in the General Assembly. So I have some literature that I would give out if it's possible. That can I?
You can give it to the clerk and she can give it to
Yes.
us at the end of the meeting.
Okay, just to explain what it is in reference to one of the programs that is supported by the localities, the state. So the current 2018-20 budget provides $6.25 million per year for the temporary assistance to needy
One
families.
second.
Talking to families? Here, speaking to the mic, I'm sorry. The current 2018 and 2020 budget provides $6.25 million per year for the temporary assistance to the needy families, which is TANF, Block Grant for Community Action Agencies. So Hopewell is in that agency, right? So it was surveyed that there's a need for 3 million additional TANF funds per year. So what has been, actually, a bill has presented from Delegate McQuinn, and we would like to tell her thank you and support, but also we ask that for the information I will provide, that if y'all could contact our delegate and our senator to let them know that we are in need of assistance also for our citizen here in Hopewell. And this is the information I will be giving y'all, okay? And we'd like to tell her thank you for her support with helping us with our funds that we're needing.
Thank you, and I'll ask actually that you give that information to Mr. Bragg for him to distribute to the legislative committee, because that's actually the proper chain, and he can disseminate to all of council, but as the legislative liaison, he should disseminate to us. And he's sitting over there and he's nodding his head, so he'll make sure we get it, okay? And he can give us a briefing or something like that when he sends it out to council.
Thank y'all for y'all
Thank you for the information.
All right.
Would anyone else like to speak? I don't have any other names listed on the sign-up sheet. Okay, we're gonna move on. Pass this down, please. R1 is now the charter update, or the charter request. Just to give a recap, Madam Attorney, that's proper, correct? If I just tee it up for the public really briefly, or would you like to do it?
You can do it.
Okay. City Council voted, we had a public hearing regarding a charter change during our legislative process. As I just stated earlier, Mr. Bragg is our liaison for General Assembly during this time of year. The legislative committee consists of Vice Mayor Bennett and I. The staff liaisons to that committee include Mr. Bragg, Mr. Altman, and Ms. Robinson. Council requested a charter change, an amendment to our charter to discuss, one second, is there an issue? Council suggested that there was a request to put in to be able to work on construction of new buildings and existing buildings. And there was a need to do a charter change amendment because right now the requirement is for a referendum of voters to be able to decide before council spends any money on construction regarding public buildings that we put it before the voters. Ultimately, the decision of council was to remove that requirement and to submit it to General Assembly, and also to include that it would be for all future construction, not just existing buildings, but anything in the future. Our representatives and the General Assembly would like to suggest an amendment to that. And so council has discussed it, and there is a motion on the floor regarding the amended language to submit to General Assembly, and this is time sensitive, so that we need to do that, and I'll call on Councilor Denton to make the motion. Go ahead.
I would like to move to authorize our delegation to amend the charter provision as indicated by the suggested language provided so as to achieve the success before the General Assembly.
And I will second that motion. And now it's up for discussion. And for the public to be clear, the amendment that we're saying that we support is to insert the word existing so that the referendum is lifted for any existing structures, meaning buildings that are in our current inventory, i.e. fire station, police station, social services building, city hall. We can do construction on the replacement or current location of any public building that is existing in our inventory. The requirement will still remain for a referendum for anything for new construction. So that is a change that we are supporting, to say that this is only going to be for existing buildings. And so I know people say this is not about the fire station, but just be real, it's about the fire station. And so this will not prevent us from replacing or remodeling the fire station because it is an existing structure. Is there any discussion? Councilor Pelham has your light on.
This is to get rid of the referendum requirement for bonding, correct?
Yes, and it will only be limited to removing it for existing structures. It will still be a requirement for all new construction.
But that's what the citizens need to understand, is that we as a council really bonding that much money. I do think it still should remain a referendum where the citizens decide whether or not they want to be indebted to $7 and $8 and $15 million. We're already $93 million worth of debt, And so I want the fire department as much as anything, but we have to find some kind of means to pay down our debt. But the debt already is on our great-grandchildren's back, as of today. So I won't be supporting it because I think the referendum should definitely, stay in place. And God knows if it wasn't in place, we'd probably be in $200 million worth of debt. Because people love debt, I guess. All the council members in the past 15 years definitely love it. Thank you.
Councilor Randolph?
I just want to make clear what Councilor Pelham just said. We are paying down our debt. Our bond debt at $93 million we pay on regularly. We are not behind on, and we are paying that down, just to be clear for everybody.
We play interest, a whole lot of interest.
We are paying
Councilor
it down.
Randolph has the floor right now.
Thank you.
Are you done? You done? Any other comments? Councilor Pelham, do you want to speak again?
Yeah, well, we paying on it, yes, we pay millions of dollars, I think annually, $3-point-something million of debt on interest only. So, $3 million divided by 12, you go figure, that's still a lot of interest, when you not getting to the principal of the debt yet, so, some of it, yes, but not the majority of it, no, it's interest.
Okay,
It's the line item in your budget
Yes.
every year for $3 million interest.
are you done with the floor?
Yes.
Councilor Randolph, you have your light on.
Just want to clarify, like any home that you buy, you always pay more interest in the beginning, and as you pay it down, then more principal is paid. The exact same concept. So we are paying it as agreed, and I don't disagree with Ms. Pelham. Right now, it's more interest than it is principal, but we are paying both. We're not in any issue with the payments of those.
Are you, Councilor Randolph, are you done with the floor?
I am.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
So I know we're talking about the bond and everything, but we really need to focus on the emergency preparedness of our city. And as much as our fire department does, our emergency services does, and as much as they put into our community. I know my brother-in-law was a firefighter, and the buildings, the existing buildings that we have they actually have to keep it up, you know? We need something that's more future forward, and that the emergency personnel can focus on delivering that care and that service rather than being all over the place. It'll be more efficient for our city. So it's not about how much we're spending, we can't spend this much. We've spent money on many things before, but this is something our community needs, and it's a necessity. So I'm for this. We need this fire station, and I know a few counselors in here also agree with me that this is nothing that we're just throwing money at. And this plan has been really thought out. It's taken years, a lot of thought process, and it's time that we invest back into the people who protect us, who serve us, and give us that care.
Before I call in the Councilor Pelham for her last comment, I'm going to ask Councilor Parton, does he have anything to say, because is remote?
I don't. I'm just ready to vote.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to speak before I call in Councilor Pelham, because she's gone twice before? All right, Councilor Pelham?
Yeah, my last comment is that when we borrowed the $7 million for the bond for both safety buildings, the police and the fire department, it wasn't well thought out because we ended up spending all of it on one building. And that planning has caused the citizens to pay extra money in the future. And I know all the time it's not about money and safety, but again, it appears that the building that is adequate, is functional, and has been since it's been there. What's the cornerstone of it? Mr. Hunter, what was that building built?
1930.
1930. And so it's our school, so it was built great. It hasn't fallen, it hasn't went down in all the tornadoes we had, but again, I'll be voting for it just because of the debt. And hopefully fire station or any other building, I would not put the city in more debt.
Okay, Counselor Pelham, are you done with the floor?
Yes.
All right, I just saw a flurry of lights, so I think I'm gonna go with Counselor Denton, then Vice Mayor Bennett, because she hasn't spoken yet. Did I miss a light? All right, Counselor Denton, then Vice Mayor Bennett. Excuse me, what?
I'll speak.
All right,
once
so-
they all finish their round.
Okay, so Counselor Denton, Counselor Parton, the Vice Mayor Bennett, because they both haven't spoke yet.
Make mine brief. I just feel like that our job as a counselor is to look to the needs of our city. And we did this some years ago with the replacement of a lot of the schools in Hopewell and the renovation of the high school. And we made things that we knew we needed to do for the our children and the future of our city. We knew we needed another police station. Not me, but the council before me voted to do that, and now we do have that police station, and it is serving our community. In the same way, I feel like the next need for our city is the fire department. I don't know a person in this room that may not have to call 911 and say either we're having some kind of a fire issue at our house, or someone just fell and they've done something to their back, we need EMS. There is always a need in this city, and I think it is our job to provide the essentials that they need to do this job for our citizens. So I'm very much for this revision. Thank you.
Counselor Denton, thank you for your comments. Counselor Parton.
Council Parton.
So I want to make just a couple quick comments. I think, and I apologize if I'm speaking out of turn, but when Vice Mayor Bennett made the comment about the planning that's gone into this, it's not talking about the initial bonding, at least, in my opinion. I think what it is we recognize that we had problems at the very beginning. And from there, we made a better plan in order to get the police station done and now move forward to getting the fire station done. Mistakes happen, and I think those people were, counseled for those mistakes. But what we do have now is we do have a plan in place in order to get this this fire station to move forward. And so I'm in favor of, this fire station, but this change again is much more than just a fire station. There are a lot of other needs in this city that, we're going to have to address here in the next 10 years. And that's going from a slew of different departments, whether it's going to be, Parks and Recreation, whether it's going to be the wastewater treatment plant, whether it's going to be other entities. This allows us to do the city's business. And so you can probably tell I'm in favor of this.
Thank you, Counselor Parton. Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yeah, I'm just gonna step towards the retention issue. I know that there was a question a few years back, or, it is current about retention. And let's talk about why we have a high turnover rate. If we do, we have people that really care about their jobs. But what happens when they don't have the support of the equipment to help them do their jobs? We just had a fire. We have a fire maybe a couple weeks ago, and they were on the scene. But what if we had 3 and we didn't have any firefighters or emergency services? We need to really, really think about retention as well as what we're talking about today. So I want to put that in counselors' minds as they think about the decision that they're going to make today.
Does anyone else have a light on? There are no lights right now, so I'll just make my comment very quick and brief. I make no mistakes about it, no bones about it. I was against taking away the referendum because I felt like people needed to know about the public hearing first, to know that we were suggesting taking away their right to choose. And so long as we did the public hearing, which we did last year, I was fine with that. The other thing that gives me reassurance is if we were to bond, we have to do public hearings for those items anyways. And what's giving me reassurance with this is because we were asked to insert the word existing back. And that is how I actually voted to support this before. I actually voted no for this item because existing was removed. And people can go back to the record and see that I was opposed to it at the time because the word existing was taken out. Now the existing is being inserted, I'm happy because that's what I supported to begin with. So I think that the history where we got to where we are, there's definitely a lot of things that happened incorrectly in regards to how the money was spent when it was bonded and how we got to where we were in terms of 2 buildings versus 1 building and all the different changes and even the path forward in terms of 1 site, 2 sites, because a lot of decisions were made outside of council. But we are where we are now and we have a solid plan in terms of the police station, the fire station. Police station is built, fire station came and discussed some ideas with us recently. They had to do some changes with the architect to make some amendments to what they proposed. We have the land, we have everything in place other than the money to actually break ground. So if and when we need to borrow money, because we will, we're gonna have to have a public hearing to discuss that. And if the public wants it, they'll come out. If they don't want it, they'll come out, hopefully, to express their concerns either way. And so without that, I'll definitely support it because I feel like all of my concerns have been addressed. Roll call, please.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Councilor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham, Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Renner.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
And I'd like the record to reflect that I'm gonna ask Mr. Bragg to communicate with the representative that we pass this. I will also send a message tonight, but we'll have 2 messages given to them, okay? Thank you. We'll move on to the new R2, which is the CAFRA update. Mr. Altman.
So, building on what we discussed at the end of the last meeting, in 2 weeks' time, we have begun to build our stats tables for the CAFR itself. And we are beginning to finalize our financial statements to be submitted to the audit firm. And they are working with us on the stats tables and the preliminary data. So we are making progress towards getting 18 completed. And it's my hope that we'll have a CAFR to present to y'all at the end. Well, we wouldn't be at the beginning of your February 1st meeting, but hopefully at the second meeting. Ma'am?
18.
18. Yeah, we're working on 18, and once 18 is completed, and then we have an item later on the agenda to look at our single audits. But once those are done, then we can do the single audit for 18. But we have to have the 18 CAFR done before we can do the single audit, but they have to be done in succession, so.
Any questions?
Can you say that again? Is this a turn of mine to ask a question? I don't want to do that. Never mind,
That's the rule, though. And I'll say for the record, we just talked about that at the beginning of this meeting. When I said the work session to go over council rules, I've been trying to get done since June. This is example why. These are the rules. If you want to change it, have the work session, have the votes, we change them. Then I'll follow them. But you gotta change the rules. Anybody else got a comment?
Yeah, I didn't, when did the rule for the motion come in that we have to push the button? I didn't catch that.
That happened
one.
last year when I talked about it too.
We haven't
It
been
was
all
on
the
the,
rules.
we breaking all the rules, but
Okay, 'cause we don't.
no, it was on the dais. But is that a question, or are we talking about this now? We're talking about the
No,
CAFRA
that was
update.
just a comment.
Okay.
Moving on to R3.
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay, thank you. So, which is why we have. So the CAFR, the
Yeah.
subject of the meeting, the topic that we're talking about right now. So you said that you're anticipating having FY18 CAFR done at the end of February.
Yes, ma'am, that's
Okay.
that's what my thought is.
So for the CFA, you mentioned the CFA, but we haven't had the CFA unless we weren't updated, the CFA for 16, 17.
Right, so at the last meeting, when I was giving my CAFR update, I'd indicated that PB mayors had informed us that they could not get our 16-17 or begin work on our 16-17 CFAs until after March. So there's an item on the agenda, later in the agenda, to amend the contract that we have. We're doing an amendment. We're amending the contract, right? Yeah, to amend the contract that we have with Robinson, Farmer, and Cox to allow them to do the 16 and 17 CFAs.
Okay, so
that would address our federal dollars, the Head Start money, anything that Ms. Griffin gets in CDBG, because this 15, Cherry Beckert finished the 15 single audit. And they made that presentation to council in August or September. I think it was September. So we have to get them done in succession. So we need to get 16 done so we can get 17 done, and then Robinson, Farmer, and Cox has to do the 18 CAFR before they can then do the 18 single audit. So that's the dominoes that kind of have to fall in the order they need to fall in.
Okay, so I asked about the CFAs in particular in Head Start funding because a concern that I have about us losing our federal dollars for Head Start. What my concern is in return, I know that we did an emergency purchase thing for us to have the auditors that we have now, Robertson. However, prior to that happening, there was a gap of where we had a contract with PB mayors. Why did they not start the next audit? Because there's nothing stopping them from doing that. So what was the holdup?
So they informed us and we informed council. That's why when we did the emergency procurement, that they would not be able to do, they didn't have the capacity within the organization or the firm to begin to addressing our CAFR needs or in the 2 single audits or the 18 CAFR until after the first of the year.
Correct, but that was at the end of the year.
Right.
June, July, the CFA was done. So there was like a full 4 or 5 months before we got that information.
The CFA wasn't completed until August or September of last year.
Okay, with Cherry Beckert?
Right. So, because Cherry Beckert was waiting for.
You have a question?
I have a point of order.
Okay, what's your point of order?
Attorney, Madam Attorney, each time the mayor responds to the city manager, is that one turn that she has?
Yes.
No, because I actually had a question
I'm asking my question to the city attorney.
with permission. So you're asking me the question. I tell you if you have permission. Right.
I said I would like to address a point of order.
Do I have to take the
Orders
gavel?
are addressed by the
No.
city attorney.
Discussing?
So that's why I expect you to respond.
Actually, and this is again in the rules that we keep omitting and ignoring, a point of orders can only be relayed to city attorney with permission of the presiding officer. So like I said, you asked me, the answer is no. So the question, I'll refer to the city attorney because can I? Are you done? Second answer?
You do what you want, Madam Mayor. It's your own.
Are you done? Okay. So the question was, if I'm asking questions to the city manager, does this take up my number of times to speak, if I understood the question correctly? However, and I'll refer to the city attorney, I had the floor and I was asking him questions during my time period. So my 10 minutes allotted to me, just like everyone else has, had not expired at the time. And quite frankly, the time only runs when I speak, not when he answers questions. Now, if I had relinquished the floor, gave it to somebody else, and I came back, that would be number 2. Relinquish the floor, give it to somebody else, give it to somebody else, that would be number 3. I still had the floor, therefore I had my 10 minutes. And I'll ask the city attorney to say if I'm correct or incorrect.
Okay, so, Madam Mayor, thank you for your question. As I read Rule 203, which will be the controlling rule here, it starts out with this sentence: counselors do not ask questions during presentations of regular or special business items. So, depending on where we are in the process of Mr. City Manager's presentation, if there's no motion before the body and arguably he was still presenting, then no questions would be allowed. According to your rules, the time for speaking does include questions, but it's supposed to start running when there is a motion on the floor. So we're in this sort of purgatory or sort of netherworld as to where we are in this process, but I don't think he had finished his presentation, but I will defer to him to respond as to whether or not his presentation had been completed.
He wanted the council come ask a question. It started the whole thing from there. So I'll make sure I cut people off next time. And I do. I'm the bad guy. Then I give leeway. I'm the bad guy. So I'll just be hard from here on out. So scratch the question from here on out. If there's no motion, there's no talking. Go ahead, Mr. Altman.
Oh, dear.
Do I get a get out of jail free card at some point in
You're not
time?
in jail. You're
just
good.
go on with
No,
your
I- so let's just kind of backtrack, because we did hit my presentation on this at the very end of the meeting, and I
we
think
ran
it
out of
was
time.
mid-sentence that the clerk said, "Madam Mayor, the meeting is over."
Mm-hmm.
So PB mayors came and did their presentation in August, and we had them back to do the 17 presentation, and when we did that, Cherry Beckert was here to do the presentation and, well, the 15 single audit. So we had to have, what happened was PB mayors had some restatements in the 16 audit that affected the 16 audit that affected the 15 audit, and so that's why that was, Cherry Beckert was waiting to get that done. Then PB mayors informed us that they did not have they had other projects going on, they did not have the staffing capacity at the time to begin our single audits or to begin the FY 18 CAFR and single audit, and said that we had the ability to go out and get another firm to do. So we went out and we came back in the fall to get 18 moving, which we thought then with the single audits that they would come back and do the single audits after the first year. So they couldn't do anything until after the first year. Then now we know that they have indicated that they can't do anything until probably March. So that's why tonight, later in the agenda, and I'm trying to remember what R it is now.
R5.
R5 now. We will have an amendment to Robinson Farmers Cox's contract that we did in the fall to allow them to do the 2 single audits. That will then take care of our responsibilities to the federal government with regard to Head Start funding, Ms. Griffin's CDBG money, and some of our federal dollars that we have at social services. So it takes care of those and puts us in the good graces of the federal government, so we're not endangering our Head Start funds, which is the bulk of it, moving forward. Now, there was an issue that came out around the holidays, I guess it was, and probably between Thanksgiving and Christmas, where there was some concern that may happen. Our conversations with the individuals at the federal government level, and then Mrs. Hackney confirmed, we have received our Head Start funding, so it's not in danger, but we're talking to them, Mr. Terry's talking to them and giving them bi-weekly reports of where we are. So we need to get those single audits completed so they can be happy and we don't have any issues. So we need to get the 16, 17 done. And so later on, we'll have that request so we can get 16 and 17 done. And then when Robinson, Farmer, and Cox is completed with the 18 CAFR, because you have to do that first, then they'll be able to roll in and get the 618 single audit completed. And then we'll be up to date with that. Then we just need to deal with 19. If PB mayors is still going to be willing to do that, they've indicated that we can go ahead and look for another audit firm to do that audit for us. But we'll cross that. We may put out a bid here shortly to see if we can get someone to help us do 19. But right now, the focus is getting the 18 CAFR completed, but getting work moving on our 2 single audits so we can be in the good graces of the federal government.
Thank you. Is your presentation over, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, ma'am. And I'm not asking for a motion.
Okay. We're gonna move on.
Thank God.
Let's just shake that one off, okay? I'm just gonna keep moving. We had a
So we
good
got
meeting
R-
so far.
R3.
We're gonna move on to the next item. R3.
R3, Madam Mayor, is Ms. Griffin has we have a request to authorize the city manager to execute the fair housing impediment study on the regional contract. Ms. Griffin is here to present the information.
Good evening once again, Madam Mayor, for Vice Mayor Bennett and all members of City Council. The city is an entitlement community with the federal government. That means that each year we receive a grant for the Community Development Block Grant. We've received this since around the 1980s. As a entitlement community, we are required to further fair housing. Every 5 years, we are also asked to provide a fair housing impediment study. Our last study was done in 2013. That does not mean that we are late. The federal government changed their guidelines, and they had to stop doing impediment study for a while until those guidelines were approved. So we're now ready to have an impediment study done, and we've been talking regionally again with some of our local jurisdictions on putting together a regional impediment study. And our HUD Richmond office has said that we can do that, and this is a contract that we've put together in order to make that happen. The regional contract will be between the city of Petersburg, Colonial Heights, Richmond, Henrico, Chesterfield, and the initiator and would be Plan RV. Again, that is the Richmond Planning District that changed their name to Plan RVA. Normally, an impediment study would cost us between $20,000 to $35,000. This will cost us $5,000 in total for the city of Hopewell. The entire impediment study would be $125,000. 15 of that would go to Plan RVA, and 110 would go to the provider who will be doing the impediment study. I'm requesting that you allow us to move forward with the contract for $5,000 for the impediment study. If you're wondering what the impediment study is going to look at, it's going to review policies, procedures, laws, all regarding housing to determine if there are any barriers to fair housing within the city. They will have actors come in and go to renter agencies to find out how they treat different people when they come in. They will also do tests at not mortgage companies, but real estate agencies, and go in and they will test to see how different people are treated. They will look at our zoning ordinance to see if there's any things in there that would be a barrier to fair housing. So again, we would spend $5,000 that would come from our CDBG grant, and it would come out of our administration line item. Happy to answer any questions, and you do have the contract in your packet.
The contract is here.
No, the contract is in your packet. We haven't chosen we haven't awarded any contract for the actual provider that's going to do the study yet. But this is the agreement between Plan RVA and all of the different jurisdictions.
Thank you. Councilor Randolph?
Plan RVA, who out of that group is going to actually award the contract to the vendor?
Yes, all of the localities were given the contractors that actually want to provide the service, and we vote. Okay. So regionally, all 6 of the people that I just talked about, the localities, we will vote on who we choose.
Okay. And second question, did you budget for that plan this year?
Yeah, yes.
Did you know at that time that you budgeted what it was going to cost? Because we normally budget quite a bit more.
Well, we usually budget around, it has to be no more than 20%. And so I think this year it's around $45,000. So we are, we're fine to be able.
But what I was getting at was, do we have that?
Oh, yes.
CDBG money
Yes,
left
ma'am.
over?
We have that money in our, yes, we do. Sorry.
That's
Yes.
okay. Thanks.
Mr.
I didn't say anything, sorry. Clear my throat.
Mr. Altman?
I was just going to ask Ms. Griffin if she could tell council, when we did the study ourselves a number of years ago,
Yes.
how much that study cost.
It's between $25,000 to $30,000.
Okay, so I wasn't here. Okay.
Yeah, you were.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Councilor Pelham?
Point of order.
What's your name?
The city attorney just said we can't discuss unless we have a motion on the floor. But that's past rule, and after a presentation, you need to do that. Is that correct? Madam Mayor?
For comments, but we asked for questions, so technically speaking, we can go that round. I'll defer to the city attorney.
If I wasn't clear, Madam Counselor, what I said was there were no questions during the presentation period. So, and the rule reads that the questions should start the clock running relative to the 10 minutes after a motion is made. So again, we're at this place where no one's announced the end of her presentation. If she's still presenting, then there shouldn't have been any questions. If her presentation was over, then I would say that the comments or questions can be attributed to the respective counselor and count against their time.
My presentation has ended.
You said, yeah.
She
You
said
it
she
was,
would,
she was,
yeah.
she was over. No. Madam Attorney, if I understand you correctly, and this is what I just applied in this particular scenario, I thought I heard Director Griffin say that her presentation was over. When I thought I heard you say that, I thought that the floor was open to ask questions only. And if a counselor asks a question, it starts against their time. But it has to be questions pertinent to the presentation, correct?
So your rule, let me go back and then hopefully this is, the rule reads that the clock really should start to run after a motion is before the floor. The clock can run before a motion is on the floor, provided questions were not asked during the presentation.
Thank you.
So that's really the answer, how it reads. So it's not necessary, but that's how the rule was intended. It's intended to be applied.
Questions, not comments, right? I said questions, not comments, meaning I feel this way, I think this way.
Well, no, anytime you make an utterance, it will run against your time.
Right.
So the question came up originally while Mr. Altman was making a presentation, and whether or not the times that you were speaking were counting against your allotted time. And I just read the first sentence, which said you shouldn't make, or you're not allowed to make questions during a presentation. So that stopped the discussion for that particular item.
Correct.
We're at another item now, and the indication is Ms. Griffin has concluded her presentation. So it would be better if there was a motion on the floor, because usually that's what allows the discussion. But since we sometimes discuss matters before there's a motion, those times and those utterances will count against your allotted time. Am I clear as mud?
No, I'm on the same page as you, but I agree and I'm on the same page as you. I'm just saying questions versus comments because sometimes people want clarity before we actually get into the meat of it. But you know what? I will go back to what I did last year, and I was very hard. At like 2 meetings in a row, I was like, no comments unless there's a motion on the floor. I got chewed out, but I'm gonna go back to that because since it seems to be an issue, the same thing that happened here earlier was the same thing that happened last time when I did that. But I will do the same thing now. If there's no motion, no comments. So, I'm not saying, but I'm still. You don't understand her answer.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Against her one spoken time.
Yes.
Plus the time incurred as well.
Yes.
Time clock begins.
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have it now, thank you.
If everybody's finished, I'll go ahead and I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Council Parton. Thank you.
To approve and authorize the city manager to conduct an analysis of fair housing incident study in the amount of $5,000 of the CDBG fund.
Second.
Thank you, Tavia. Sorry, thank you, Ms. Griffin.
Thank you. Thank you for catching that. Thank you. Councilor Pelham? You have your light on, okay. So you're done. There are no other lights. So there's no discussion. Roll call, please.
Councilor Holloway?
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yeah.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham, Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randall.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
The next item on the agenda, Madam Mayor, is the new R4, which is a modification of an existing engineering design services contract for the stormwater projects at Hopewell High School, Mathis Park, and the City Point Road Outfall Project. Mr. Badiata is here to make a presentation of the request.
Mr. Badiata, when you finish your presentation, can you please say that you're finished your presentation so that no one has another point of order? Thank you.
My name is Joe Badiata. I'm the Stormwater Program Manager, and this issue is here because we've been very successful in getting grant funding for projects related to the Chesapeake Bay Water Quality Initiative, the TMDL. So I think the first order, we've talked a lot about the Virginia Environmental Endowment Grant, $261,000. 203. I believe that, if I understand the process correctly, I'm by no means an expert. I believe that funding needs to be, there needs to be a motion to accept the funding, budget, and the appropriation of those funds. Once that's done, this issue is to take some of those proceeds that were being used out of our operating budget for these projects and redirect them to other projects. Specifically, we have a contract with an engineering firm, Ecosystem Services. It was awarded in April of 2019 for the amount of $170,000 and change. And that was to design the Hopewell High School Mathis Park Stream Restoration Project and the City Point Road Outfall Stabilization Project. What we'd like to do is add 2 outfall stabilization projects to that City Point Road project. And the reason is it will save us a tremendous amount of money in mobilization by having 3 projects lumped together. 3 outfall stabilization projects that are similar. We get 1 contractor to build all 3, we save quite a bit of money. We also attract bigger and more qualified contractors for those 3 combined projects than just 1. And we've worked through all the numbers with our consultant. We're solid in the estimates needed to design those projects. We've got fairly strong estimates for the construction, which will be part of our fiscal year 21 budget request that's been submitted to the city manager's office. So right now, we want to catch up these 2 additional outfall projects to the City Point Road outfall project. So rather than trying to go out and procure a new engineering consultant, which would be chaos to have 3 projects designed by 2 different firms going to construction at the same time, we'd like to amend the existing contract with Ecosystem Services to bring these 2 additional outfall projects into that contract.
And because the amendment of that contract is more than 25% per our procurement rules, council needs to approve the amendment of the contract.
And I am done unless there are questions.
The magic words.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
have my
Badiata.
light on whenever y'all want to start.
For the record, Mr. Badiata is done. Thank you for your presentation. Counselor Parton.
Mr. Badiata, I just want to thank you for all the work that you do with the Virginia Environmental Endowment and, getting us that money so that way we can do these projects and we can meet those TMDL limits. And that way, once we make those city limits, we can go and focus on other big projects that are affecting our city, especially in our neighborhoods. And so I'd like to make the motion to approve the acceptance and budget and appropriation from the Virginia Environmental Endowment Grant in the amount of $261,203, and to request an increase in the engineering design services contract for the Hopewell High School, Mathis Park, and City Point Road outfall projects by $67,604.
Second.
Counselor Parton made the motion, Counselor Randolph seconded. Madam Clerk, are you clear on his motion, because it was rather lengthy?
It was rather lengthy and he left me in the dust.
Counselor Parton, can you please repeat your motion a little bit slower for the clerk to take the notes, please?
I'm delighted to. I move for the acceptance and approval and budget and appropriation of the Virginia Environmental Endowment Grant in the amount of $261,203, and the request to increase the engineering design services contract for the Hopewell High School, Mathis Park, and City Point Road outfall projects by $67,604.
Madam Clerk, do you have that?
I believe so.
Is that fine with you, Councilor Randolph?
Absolutely.
I'll email it over to you, Ms. Arrington, just for a double check.
Okay. It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? There are no lights for the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Absolutely, yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham, Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is status of Shallow Lodge. Mr. City Manager, or is it gonna be Director Griffin?
Ms. Griffin and
Miss
actually
Ward.
Mr. Ward is here to present
Hi,
this.
Mr. Ward.
Are you flirting with him?
When you finish your presentation, can you please say you're done? Okay, thank you.
We should need a button or something. Just
Done.
A flashing red light.
That was easy. That button. I have one at work.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of council. I'm here tonight just to update you pretty much on the status of the property that we call Shiloh Lodge or City Point House. It's located at 601 Prince Henry Avenue in the City Point Historic District. Just some quick background on it. The structure itself dates back to the early 1800s, the existing structure that's there. Oral history states that the property was once a tavern. It has served as the Shiloh Lodge since the 1870s, and the city acquired it in October of last year, $85,000. We also believe that the earliest known structure at this site dated to the early 1700s, but that's long gone. So actions to date. Back in July of last year, we invited staff from the Virginia Department of Historic Resources to come take a look at the property. They did. We had a contact with a noted architectural historian from William and Mary. He was invited to come do an architectural assessment on the property, and he did do that in August. And then we also had a contact with a local architectural historian, Mr. Brian Towns.
He came and conducted more of a physical assessment. He did that in November of last year. I believe both of those assessments have been provided to you. And I just wanted to note that both of those assessments were done at no cost to the city.
Yay.
Just continuing along, we also had the building official take a look at the property to see if there were any immediate physical concerns with the structure. And we also had Public Works go over and install new locks on the building. So now we're on to things that we think need to start happening with the property. It does have some major structural issues at this point, and they really should be fixed just to stabilize the property until decisions can be made down the road as to what to do with it. The building official is currently obtaining quotes on what the cost would be to make these immediate emergency repair stabilization efforts. And we are anticipating that those costs will come in around $10,000, maybe even less. The Department of Development is committed to covering those costs, so we're not here to ask you for additional funds to do that. You'll note in Mr. Towns' assessment, he identifies primarily what those emergency repairs should be. They relate mainly to the roof, the windows, and the foundation, and the floor joists on the first floor. Other things that have been going on here, the members of the Architectural Review Board and development staff, meaning me, will be undertaking just some basic research on the property. We don't know a whole lot about the history of the property, so we feel that we can do some research to try to find out as much information as we can. I have also been in contact with a Mr. Mike Clem. He is the Department of Historic Resources Eastern Region archaeologist. He has agreed to conduct an archaeological dig at this site at no cost or at very little cost to the city. He would like to conduct that archaeological dig in the early spring of this year. And pretty much at this point, we are seeking your authorization to make those emergency repairs on the structure, as well as authorize the archaeological dig that we can have scheduled for this early spring. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you for the additional hand gesture.
Anytime.
Okay, so is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we authorize the Department of Development to pay for the repairs of Shiloh Lodge through their current budget, and to allow for the archaeological dig that has been, I guess you've already worked out the details of that. Whatever Mr.
The major details, yes.
Yes, whatever Mr. Ward has worked out in detail for the dig for the spring of this year.
Second.
Okay, so I'm gonna repeat the motion for the clerk.
I got it.
For city council, you got it? Okay, good. That motion was made by Councilor Randolph and seconded by Vice Mayor Bennett, and it's before the floor for council. Is there any discussion? There are no lights. Thank you, Mr. Ward, for your presentation, your work.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Excuse me, Counselor Parton?
Yes.
Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you very much. The next item that we have on our agenda is the audit contract amendment. Mr. City Manager?
So the item before you this evening is, so we placed an item at your seat when you got here, which is a revised resolution. The resolution in your packet addressed the two FY16 and 17 single audits and the 19 audit and single audit. The revised only addresses the FY 16 and 17 single audits. So all we're asking for this evening is a request to allow us and to authorize me as the manager to execute the necessary documentation to amend the contract with Robinson, Farmer, and Cox to allow them to undertake the FY 16 and 17 single audit reports for the city. That's it. And then we will address 8-19 at a later date. And I'm done with my presentation. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion? Counselor Pelham?
Question, we could do this just with an amendment to the contract?
He's not gonna answer that. We need a motion on the floor.
I thought we had
You made a point about we couldn't ask questions when I tried to give you leeway. Motion on the floor to, motion on the floor. Do you have a motion?
no ma'am.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion that we give the city manager authority to set up a contract with Robinson, Farmer, Cox and Associates to complete the 2016 and 2017 single audits.
Second.
Thank you very much, Counselor Randolph. The motion has been made by Counselor Randolph and seconded by Counselor Parton. Do you want to be specific about your, I know you put an S on audits. You want to be specific? Years?
I did. I said
You said
16 and 17
17
single audits.
Just those two?
Yes.
Okay. They're gonna do 18 too, and they're gonna do 18.
Well, they're already
Not
under
yet.
contract.
Yeah, they're,
All right, Counselor Parton seconded. Any discussion? Counselor Pelham?
Yes, my question is the same, Ms. Alton. Do we have to amend the contract to be in line with this resolution? Or is the resolution is going to do the same thing?
We will do a contract amendment with Robinson, Farmer, and Cox to be in alignment with the resolution, and once that's done, we will provide that to City Council.
And do we get to see that when you make that change? Or does this resolution give you, freedom to make the changes without council approval?
It gives, I think it gives us approval to do the contract amendment without further council approval.
Based on this document stated in this
Yeah,
fashion?
and the motion made by Councilor Randolph limiting our ability to only address the 16 and 17 single audits.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you very much.
Counselor Pelham, are you finished with the floor?
Yes.
There are no other lights. Counselor Parton, do you have anything that you want to add?
Nope, I'm ready to vote. You
There are
keep
no
me
lights.
rolling.
Huh? What do you say? All right, thank you. There are no lights on. Roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
No.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you very much. We're gonna move on to the next item, Watershed Improvement Plan Phase 3 Chesapeake Clean Water Blueprint. Is Mr. Badiata gonna present this, or is it Mr. Altman?
It's actually Mr. Altman and Mr. Byerly. We have, so this is an item that we talked with council about prior with regard to the Clean Water Blueprint, but we've had an issue that's been brought to our attention through Mr. Byerly and VAMWA, which is the Virginia Association of Municipal Water Treatment Agencies, with concern with the levels that we may have to reduce our nutrients to, and how that may have an effect on us. And we have a resolution in the packet that was drafted by VAMWA for jurisdictions to basically request the governor and the General Assembly to reconsider the Phase 3 WIP requirements because they're falling hard on wastewater treatment facilities and not addressing overall watershed quality with regard to farmers and others. So we're the fixed target. So with that, I'll just let Mr. Byerly, Director of our Water Renewal Plant, provide an overview.
Thank you, Mr. Altman. Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Mr. Altman took everything I was gonna say pretty much. There's a resolution in your packet.
Make it sound really good, though.
There's a resolution in your packet, that was provided to us by VAMWA that asked for the immediate review and reconsideration by the Governor and General Assembly to correct the Phase 3 WIP requirements. The Phase 3 WIP requirements, would greatly decrease the, our effluent limitations, which would be very, very expensive. These came about even though normally the process is DEQ solicits comments and takes those comments and tries to work them into their plan. There was no explanation why none of those comments were used. Further, VAMWA offered solutions that would not be as expensive to implement, and those comments were those suggestions weren't followed either. And there was no explanation by DEQ why both those sources of information weren't used. So our resolution requests that council approve the resolution to send this for the review of the Governor and General Assembly. And that's all I have, unless there's questions.
I would add on to Mr. Byerly's presentation that currently the water that we discharge from his facility into the James River is cleaner than the water that the water company intakes into their treatment system on the Appomattox River. So we are already putting water back in the river that is cleaner than the river water itself. With the increase cause for more further nutrient reduction, which could cost us in the neighborhood of $60 to $80 million, we want them to reconsider, because we are at the point of, we're at the technical limits right now of what we can do at that facility. So that's the point of the resolution, is to ask for them to reconsider that and those comments to look at how they're dealing with municipal wastewater treatment facilities.
He said he was done. Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay. So, council's before, is there a motion on the floor? Counselor Denton?
Can't ask any questions.
I know,
I guess
caught you
I
off
need to
guard.
make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
That we don't do this.
I know it's hard, right? Because we don't normally do things this way. You know, I get it. But we have to have a motion on the floor before you can
We
answer
need
your
to
question.
approve the resolution, I think, that you have, that we need to pass for for them to reconsider.
Counselor Denton.
Is that your motion?
Is that your motion?
Yes.
What?
Second.
Can you repeat the motion, please? What is your motion?
Well,
You want a motion for council to
I
approve?
really had something I wanted to say.
You can after the motion.
Well, you said.
No, we need to
approve the
be clear on her
resolution.
motion because she was commenting really versus.
That we needed to do a resolution, is
You said you wanted to approve a resolution.
that we wanted to approve. Do you have this resolution?
Yes, it's in our packet.
Yes.
It's on 180.
So if I hear you correctly,
Okay.
Counselor Denton, you would like to make a
I
motion
have
to
it-
approve
I
the
have it right
resolution
here.
in the packet?
All right, I make a motion that we approve the resolution in support of reconsideration of the new wastewater regulations under the Virginia Chesapeake Bay TMDL Phase 3 Watershed Implementation Plan.
Thank you, and Counselor
Second.
Parton, Counselor Randolph seconded it.
Council Parton seconded it.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
We can't hear him all the time.
I
Sorry.
thought
Oh,
he
I'm
said.
sorry, do I need to?
No, you're
No,
good.
that's
I
okay.
heard him, but I just was going. So thank you for your motion, Counselor Parton. Thank you for your second.
And now can I say something?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask you, isn't this because some of the surrounding jurisdictions have not been able to do what we have been able to do? And the cost has gone up to where we're having to pay some of this,
The Chesapeake Bay plan overall in Virginia is, the wastewater sector is doing better than the target goals that were set for us. Other states are not doing as well, and other sectors, agriculture specifically, is not doing as well because their non-point source I'm easy to regulate. I've got a pipe, everything comes out one place. They can check it, they can regulate me. With a farmer with a 1,000-acre field, it's hard to determine exactly what the runoff is to accurately calculate that. So we're easy to pick on because we
So
have a
we're
pipe.
being penalized because the others are not doing a good job.
We would get an A, and the people that got a C or a D are getting, we're picking up their slack. Yes.
That's what I had read. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Denton, are you finished with the floor? Counselor Denton, are you done with the floor?
Yes.
Okay. I saw different lights. Counselor Pelham, Vice Mayor Bennett, then Counselor Randolph.
And I'll go after Councilor Randolph.
Okay.
What?
And also, I was going to ask, this was discussed in the wastewater, meeting. Is this the type of thing that was discussed in the wastewater meeting?
The commission meeting, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And what, I was gonna ask Mr. Partner, what did the plants think about it?
We
Is that
discussed
question
it.
for me or for Mr. Byerly?
Either one.
We discussed it in the meeting, and the first step, when we go to the state to ask them for more time to be able to, assuming that even though there's resolution from several different cities and counties and entities, there's 37 plants in the state that aren't gonna meet this new regulation, and we're one of them without spending a bunch of money. So the first thing you do to get the extension is there's 5 steps that the state put out in general statutes, 5 things we need to do. One of those is an engineering study. So the commission approved for our technical advisory committee to meet with engineers, get RFPs to see how the engineering firms would help us meet those goals and get a price for doing that. And then they've requested to have an emergency meeting of the commission to either approve or not approve that. But if we don't get an extension, if even after resolutions are sent to the state, nothing changes and our limits go as low as as we think they're going to go, we'll have 5 years to implement that. And you can't do enough studies and pilot tests at that plant and design it and get funding in 5 years for the size expansion we're gonna have to do. So if we go through the 5 steps that we're currently trying to get an engineering firm to help us with, we can get the plan laid out by the end of the year. When we get our draft permit, we'll be able to implement that plan that we come up with over a 2 or 3 year period and start talking about funding and determine how we need to meet the new limits. Did that answer your question? I'm sorry, I rambled.
And so the plants are willing to pay into that even though it's
Oh, yes,
really.
ma'am, but we won't have a choice. I mean, everybody,
Okay.
they're willing to pay their fair share, yes.
Yeah, and then can you enumerate the counties who's not paying their fair share, why the city has to take up that slack?
Well, it's not that they're not paying their fair share, it's that the agriculture sector is not meeting their limits. And since you can only, as I understand it from the meetings I've been in, agriculture is one of the sectors that's not been able to meet the limit. So there's a certain amount of phosphorus and nitrogen and ammonia that can be discharged into the bay. If they're not being able, if they can't cut what they're discharging, they're going to cut it from the wastewater side to limit the number. It's a total number of pounds. And since they can't get any lower, they can make us get lower because we're point source and we're easier to monitor. So it's not that they're not paying, it's just
Right,
that
it's just
their
they're
inability to achieve the goal.
All right, and so we get penalized for that, okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're doing a good job and we get penalized, yes, ma'am.
I remember speaking to you about this, Mr. Byerly, last year. And you were already, you already knew that it was coming up. I just wanna make sure, and it's the city that's gonna invest $60 to $80 million? Our city will have to invest $60 to $80 million over a period of time of?
If the limits stand and we're able to get a second, an extension, it'll be a 10-year extension from our permit renewal in 2021. Which means by 2031, we'll have to have anything new that we're gonna build up and working to meet the permit. So in that 10-year period, we'll have to determine what the technology is and install it and then start paying for it. But it won't be just the city, it'll be the commission and the city.
Okay.
And currently, the city's part's roughly 16%. 15.8, 16.2, something like that. I can't remember the exact number.
Yeah, I'm good, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, the next person had the light on was Counselor Randolph and then Counselor Parton.
This resolution that you're asking us to approve, as soon as we approve it, you're taking it to the General Assembly or the governor
As soon as it's
Immediately?
approved, we'll send it to VAMWA, and VAMWA's gonna send a stack of them.
Okay, so
to-
they're gonna make a
Yes,
presentation
ma'am.
of some sort for all, you mentioned that 37, I think you said, plants in the state are not gonna pass this. How many total are there in the state? Do you have any idea?
I don't know.
I was looking at the percentage of what's not gonna pass versus what is,
Right.
and just wondered if that was 50%, a quarter of the plants, or, what the percentage was.
I'd have to guess, I wouldn't want to tell you, wrong. I can find out and let you know, but, in the VAMWA notes in the meetings, they said 37 plants would have to do major upgrades. And that's another thing, there's a limited amount of funding to get for cities
Right.
and towns and counties. So if the more plants that have to get into it, the smaller piece of the pie you're gonna get.
Right, okay, thank you, I'm done.
Counselor Parton?
Thank you. The one thing I also wanted to dovetail on that Mr. Byerly was talking about is that, really it's three components that it comes down to when we're talking about this overall WIP 3 plan, and that's wastewater discharge, urban stormwater runoff, and then you have the agricultural runoff. And again, wastewater is, outperforming and is meeting its goals and surpassing its goals. But, that's the struggle is with the urban stormwater runoff that, folks like, Mr. Badiata are working on, and, Hopewell is close to achieving its goal in that respect. But, the biggest problem is with the rural sector and their agricultural runoff. And so that's why we included some language in this resolution that we also support the state, increasing funding to help the farmers put in more best management practices in order to help get them to a point where they're becoming more efficient, and that way they're also achieving those goals that have been set out before them. And so it's not to really blame anybody. It's really to just recognize the work that the wastewater treatment plants are doing, but also issuing a statement that we want the state to continue to help farmers and really even help them more than what they're currently doing. And that's all.
He's done.
Thank you very much. There are no lights right now, so I will make my comment and question. This wasn't sent before the legislative committee, who's in charge with going over legislative items before council. So when was this drafted? And because I heard Council Parton said that's why we put this in there. Who is the we? Who drafted this?
This was drafted by VAMWA.
VAMWA.
Yes, ma'am.
So when was this, Mr. Altman, discussed, and why wasn't it sent to the legislative committee?
When did VAMWA did this after the first year?
Yep, December 30th.
So we
We
received it.
just approved it with the wastewater commission at our meeting last week.
Okay.
It was very recent.
So it's time sensitive.
I don't have the date yet.
So I'll just say that, can you please give it to Mr. Bragg as our legislative person, just like the other resolution? He'll send it. I know you said you have to connect with whoever you need to connect with. That's perfectly fine, but just make sure Mr. Bragg knows that he can update the legislative committee appropriately. And if you need us to come out there to advocate, let us know. But I will say, disclaimer, I will not be voting on this item tonight because I do have a conflict of interest. I'm on the local government advisory board that reports to Chesapeake Bay, the executive council of Chesapeake Bay, and that is all the governors. And so I was appointed by the governor, so I will be advocating against something that my board worked on and supported. So that is a conflict of interest for me. And so I'm going to not vote on this. And I will say also for the public, we had a executive call today, and we're doing roundtables across the state. We did them last year, and I don't think you were actually with us at the time we did our roundtable. I hosted one in Hopewell for Central Virginia. We're gonna have some more. I'll make sure you get included in that. Ours is gonna be on June 9th, and it's gonna be in Richmond this time. And Mr. Altman was present for our Crater District Planning meeting, and Chesapeake Bay came up. The same concerns was relayed there. And at the meeting, I said, hey, I can get the secretary, deputy secretary to come down and talk to all of our partner localities to address their concerns. And I did relay that to the secretary's office and the deputy secretary. They're more than willing to have our meeting with us. So LGAC, we're gonna be hosting a pre-meeting to talk about our region's concerns about the Chesapeake Bay. Now granted, it'll be after the session, but we'll still have that conversation. And so I would like to coordinate with you and Mr. Altman so I can relay that back to LGAC and the Secretary's office. So just know there is opportunity on the horizon to start working better, coordinating, and you have an ear there.
And if I may, your comment earlier about being time sensitive, the closing period for comments is
Hello?
the 19th of this month. So that's
Y'all
fine.
still
This is
there?
on.
Yes.
I'm 19th of February, I'm sorry.
Can you hear?
Okay.
I already switched months.
No, it's good, it's fine. Thank you. There are no other lights. Roll call, please.
Madam
We
Mayor,
haven't made a motion yet.
did you want?
There wasn't one. There was one. She made one. Counselor-
Counselor Denton made a motion, which
Mm-hmm.
was properly second. My question, Mayor Gores, did you want your comments into the record regarding, why you were not voting because you were?
Declaring my conflict of interest.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
May I ask you a question
Ask me a question.
to your comment? Are you saying the governing board that you work on is in opposition of what he presented to us, or is in concert with that?
It depends on who you ask. What I'm saying
Well,
is
I'm
the board. I know.
asking-
That is my answer. It is a board of several localities.
What
So
is
it
the-
depends on who you ask. Let me answer the question. It depends on who you ask and that's involved in LGAC as to their position. What I'm saying is the board that I'm appointed to is appointed by the governor. And if you're trying to be in opposition of the governor's plan, then I will be in opposition of the governor's recommendation. And also as a body, we support all localities adhering to the state's guidelines. So in two places, I will be in opposition. So LGAC as a body and then with the governor. But I said, depending on who you ask, because individually, depending where you are located in the state, some people will be in support, some people are against. But as a body, we're in support of the support of the opposite of the
So
resolution.
as the last as a body, did you vote and get a majority of what your thought process would be? Or did everyone leave based on their locality agreeing to speak out?
I'll say I'll talk to you
Before.
offline because that's irrelevant to the motion on the floor. The motion on the floor is if city council supports the motion that Councilor Denton has placed before us, and that's if council would like to support the motion in regards to this item for City of Hopewell. So,
Point of order then. Because my decision is gonna be based on what the majority of your board says. So to me, it's relevant. If the governor's board
can you please,
advise,
1 second, Councilor Parton got disconnected.
I'm gonna
He
call
just
him.
texted me. Okay. Good.
so my point of order, Madam Attorney or Mayor, is my decision is gonna be based on if there was a majority vote in her position working on this board. Can she answer that based on the presentation? Did the majority of the board vote yes based on his presentation or no against?
So I will answer it the way I just did. The motion on the floor is if the City of Hopewell to adopt this particular resolution. I cannot speak to if we were directly speaking against this resolution because we were talking about the topic at hand. So it is up to you if you choose to do it. I am abstaining for the simple fact that I shared that I believe that this resolution is contrary to the overall beliefs of the board. So you can deduce from that what you would like to, but the motion on the floor is that, Madam Clerk, can you say the motion so everybody's comments are related to that particular motion?
To approve the resolution in support of reconsideration by the General Assembly to correct the Phase 3 WIP imposing new restriction on local wastewater treatment.
So the board has not voted on exactly that topic. I know. Go ahead with roll call, please.
Councilor Holloway?
Yes.
Councilor Parton?
Yes.
Mayor Gore? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor Denton?
Yes.
Councilor Fellow?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Councilor Randolph?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
I'll connect with you.
Thank you.
All right, so the next item that we have on the agenda is Colonial Corner Burn Demolition. Oh, okay, Director Griffin, come on down.
Good evening once again, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Bennett, and all members of council. Gonna be brief, but we did want to provide you with an update of the Colonial Corner Yes, please.
It's just, it says spotlight update.
Okay, yep.
Okay.
So in August of last year, City Council approved the demolition of the building we all know as Colonial Corner. And we told you that we would come back after we received bids. At that time, we recommended that the building be burned versus actually demolition. And we wanted to provide you with an update on what we've been doing and where we are thus far. Our building official, Mr. Todd Hawks, who is here tonight to answer any questions you have, has been working diligently to get quotes for the asbestos removal and quotes for the debris removal. The lowest bid for the asbestos removal was $39,700. I'm trying to see, you all are not seeing what I see on my screen.
Okay, it's not supposed to say spotlight?
No, it should be on bid amounts. And I'll keep on going. The debris removal was $60,000, making a total cost of $99,700. So you can recall the building demolition without the burn was $275,000. So if we add the demolition cost and the asbestos removal, without the burn, the removal of the building would be $314,700. Between October and November, staff contacted the property owner to provide him the actual numbers for the final quotes. We scheduled several meetings. The first one, December 3rd, we were not able to meet with him. And we tried to meet again on December 6th. That was between myself and the building official and Mr. Shaw. At that time, he informed us that he was not able to pay the total of the cost of the demolition, and of course, not the total of the cost of the burn. He was able to pay $7,000 down, and he requested a payment plan for the remainder. On December the 17th of last year, the city staff, including Chief Hunter, Todd Hawks, our building official, Mr. Altman, Ms. Sandra Robinson, our city attorney, and our assistant city manager met to discuss the outcome of our December 6th meeting. So at this point, we are coming to you to determine what you would like for us to do and how you would like us to move forward. The options as we see them are really two. We suggest that you move forward with the burn and removal of the debris. You have an option one, allow the repayment plan and have staff negotiate the terms of the repayment plan and the consequences for non-payment. Or option two, you would have no repayment plan. The city funds the burning and the debris removal up front, and then we place a lien on the property. If that is done, of course, a lien must be paid before any taxes are paid.
We're gonna pause just for one moment to let him fix the feedback, and then I'll ask the clerk to go to the city's website, just pull up the agenda packet so people can see the options in the packet that she's referring to. Because the presentation's not the one on the screen.
Yes.
Is it, okay, I'm gonna switch to your view again.
And I'll just give a shout out to the IT department. Last year we started having them come to meetings. They usually didn't come to meetings before, but Dr. Maker does not play with her department. And so she has somebody assigned to us now at each council meeting to provide technical support. And tonight, Rashad is working. So,
And he is thrilled about it.
So IT does an amazing job of making sure everything operates. You can't have a business without IT, so thank you guys for your work.
There's no, how do you?
Oh, Lord. Oh, gee. I knew it was you. You got pictures.
He was just riding by and fell off. He didn't know what happened. In fact, this is the first time he's seen it. He didn't know where it was. If it doesn't burn up first.
Well, I understand. Well, I'm not gonna do that. $25,000. We don't even know, because we have a branch.
No, they're coming out, people.
I know where you're coming from, but I'm not gonna take the ground roof on you for $25,000. Come on.
Have you,
No.
you got exterminator in there?
Madam Mayor,
You got treatment.
it's done.
Ta-da.
Thank you guys for that short break. Go ahead, Ms. Griffin.
Yes, so just to go over the bids, so those who are watching can see. The lowest bids for the burn came in at $60,000. The asbestos removal is set at $39,700. The total cost, if the building was burned, is $99,700. The lowest bid for demolition was $275,000, keeping the same asbestos removal, and that total for demolition is $314,700. I'm not gonna go through this information, but I will say that as we discussed, we had a meeting with the property owner on December 6th. He unfortunately is unable to provide the total funding for the removal of the building as he once stated that he could. He is able to provide $7,000, and the remainder is $92,700. The two options, we allow the payment plan, negotiate the terms of the repayment plan. He's requesting 2 years to repay the $92,700. That is his request. Option two,
There's your second.
I mean, you have another option of saying, I'll give you the repayment plan, but I'm not gonna give you the 2 years, of course. Another option is to say, no, we're not gonna give you the repayment plan. The city takes down the building, we put a lien on the property. Both options require the city to fund the project. And tonight, we wanted to give you this latest news and determine what you would like for us to do to move forward. I have completed my presentation.
I would like to make a motion to move forward with the burn and debris removal. For option one, allow payment plan, negotiate terms of repayment, and consequences for payment to pay.
Non-payment.
Second.
Consequences for what?
I'm reading.
Vice Mayor Bennett, just want to ask the clerk to repeat your motion just to make sure this is how you would like for it to be stated.
How do you understand
She said
the way I
she
said
wanted to move forward with the burn and debris removal for option one,
Yes,
Which includes.
that's correct.
which includes consequences for non-payment.
That's not what she said, though.
That's not what I said. I read,
She read. out of
When
the-
Councilor Randolph, hold on. And Councilor Pelham, please hold on. That's why I asked the clerk to repeat her
So-
motion. Go ahead.
and that was allow
I think I
payment,
have a typo.
allow a payment plan, negotiate terms of repayment, and consequences for a non-payment to pay.
Madam Clerk, when you finish with that, can you repeat it just to make sure we're good?
Just take them.
And what consequences for non-payment?
Gonna negotiate that.
It's negotiation
We can't say anything.
for terms of repayment.
Yes. Vice Mayor, is that just, she answered?
Had years
What-
in there too.
Are you repeating the motion verbatim?
Yes, the motions are verbatim, and I'm asking you, since you're the one making the motion, to make sure she has it correct. I know different people are jumping on, I'm not trying to be funny, I just wanna make sure your motion is how you wanted it stated. So if the clerk has
Can
it
you
wrong,
just-
correct her. Can you please say it out loud again?
Certainly, to move forward with the burn and debris removal for option one, allow a payment plan, negotiate terms of repayment and consequences for non-payment. Is that correct?
Non-payment to pay.
You can just say non-payment, the two pay shouldn't be in there.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
yes. Yeah.
And I
Madam Mayor,
believe,
may I say something when you
one
finish?
second.
After we get a second.
Yes, I think, if I'm misunderstanding, I thought, Council Brown, did you say second, or was I wrong?
Oh, yeah, I said second.
Councilor Randolph said second. We're in discussion, but before we do discussion, go ahead, Ms. Griffin.
Yes, this is all under the understanding that this would be negotiated by the city attorney. So my thought is that the agreement would come, the plan would come back to you before it's actually done and put into effect.
So the plan's gonna come back to us, that's on the record, so
Yes.
it'll come back to us before it goes into effect, or do you wanna add that to your motion? Go ahead.
I just want to be clear. We're gonna get the city attorney to draw up the payment plan, the negotiation contract. And then after that's done, it's gonna come back to council. We're gonna say yay or nay. And then we're gonna move forward with removal, depending
Yes,
on
ma'am.
our vote.
Yes, ma'am.
So I will go ahead and, I mean, cause I have to withdraw the motion because we're putting the cart before the horse.
Right, gotcha. Okay.
It doesn't technically need to be withdrawn, it's just a point of clarification, just making sure the city attorney understands that's within her wheelhouse, that she's gonna report back to council, just a consensus for the record, but I'll let the city attorney.
Thank you. I just have a question now. In terms of negotiating the terms of repayment, am I charged with doing that, or am I simply basically taking down and putting in a contract form the terms that are negotiated by others? I just need clarity on that.
Does anyone understand her question? Is she negotiating the actual terms, or is she putting into legal form what's been negotiated by staff? So Director Griffin, how did you envision this going originally?
I would think council needs to provide some parameters. Because I can come up with something, but I'm not council, and I think it needs to be provided to council, to the city attorney on what you would like to do.
Well, see, Director Griffin.
Or if you want to have Mr. Altman negotiate the contract, but
Well, see, we weren't at that meeting with you and Mr. Shaw. You know, you guys had that meeting, you guys
Yes.
discussed the,
Yes.
you know, and this is what was mentioned to him, hey, look, we can do a payment plan. We weren't there at that meeting.
No,
So
we
we
didn't-
can't determine how that contract or what you guys discussed in that meeting. We can't just sit here and say, okay, you know, this is what we want you to do. Because he voiced his concerns and how he can make a payment plan, how he can go forward. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I would really like you to be more clear on what you discussed. And let's do that. Let's go from there.
What he requested, not what we agreed to,
Okay,
was the down pay $7,000.
okay,
There would be a difference of $92,700.
okay,
He would pay the remainder over 2 years, and that is around $3,900 a month that he would pay if city council gave him that repayment plan.
okay.
City staff discussed that, and I would defer to Mr. Altman to answer that question.
So, I think what we need this evening, so first of all, we have a motion and a second on the floor, so we're right for discussion. I've already heard one counselor this evening indicate that they're not willing to do the 2 years. So we need some level of parameter. So we can then go back to meet with the property owner and negotiate some terms and get with the city attorney to draw up the contract or the agreement that then we will bring back to council. So when we talked about it, one of my comments was, well, I don't mind doing the repayment plan. However, the consequence of non-payment should be we get the property. And then we can take that property and market it. Now, my gut's gonna tell me that the owner's not gonna wanna be agreeable to that, but we're gonna have to negotiate something. So, he's already indicated his terms, $7,000 down, repayment over 2 years. If council's not agreeable to the 2 years, what time frame are we agreeable to? 12 months, 6 months, 12 months, 18 months? What's the penalties? I already know what my penalty would be, because I want, at some point, we have to have this piece of property to redevelop it, because it is in a corner of an interstate interchange that provides a high value opportunity to the city, and controlling that property allows for the redevelopment to occur. So I would think and hope, just quickly, is what council would be agreeable to. Is it 18 months? Is it a year? And we can start at that point, knowing where he is, and this is where we are, and we can negotiate potentially to the middle. But are we comfortable with, interest? Are we going to charge him interest on the repayment? Because giving him additional time, do we want to have the consequence for repayment being forfeiture of the property? Is that after the first payment, or missed payment? Is that, so those are some things, and we can negotiate that, but we'd like to have some guidance from council as to where council's comfort level is before we go back and talk with the owner.
I feel, am I on the floor or somebody else is talking? Because I asked the question.
I think you still have the floor.
Okay.
Did she still have the
So
floor?
I feel comfortable with the city manager going ahead and making those negotiations and talking back and forth to Mr. Shaw. And then whatever you come up in agreement with, speak to the city attorney, and she can just draw up what you both had negotiated.
Excuse me, before you go forward, do you have a question? Go ahead. Do you have a question? Oh, I was trying to make sure you're good. You're on. I was trying to figure out if you had a question that we needed
No,
to.
no,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
good. I'm thinking.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor still. We're into discussion. I think Council Randolph passed her light on. Thank you, Council Randolph, for putting your light on.
Thank you. My feelings about this is that, number one, Mr. Shaw is not gonna be able to sell the property with that much cost of demolition or burning to another developer at this point. There probably will not be interest unless it is a cleared location. So in burning the property, which is our suggestion, we're actually saving him money rather than him having to take it down. I'm not at the point where I feel that Mr. Shaw is strapped enough that he couldn't make this plan workable for his pocketbook in a year. So I'm willing to look at a year's time frame for repayment. That said, I am also amenable to potentially, if he doesn't make any additional payments after the $7,000, for having the property come over to us. What I'm not willing to do is, if Mr. Shaw gets down to the last payment of whatever that deemed amount would be in 12 months, he doesn't make that payment and we take his property away for $25,000 or whatever. So that said, I think there's a lot of options in between. And I think that Mr. Shaw has to realize that we're gonna be fronting this money. We're probably not gonna be charging him interest. Is that normally how we do it, Ms. Griffin?
I don't think we've ever done this
Yeah.
before.
So,
We're venturing into new territory.
Yeah, and I think it's probably more difficult to do the interest with it rather than just a straight repayment. So he's gonna come out with interest that he doesn't have to pay, and the additional amount of having to tear it down himself or find the deal that we're gonna give him. So I think that a year is very nice of us, and I think we need to try and move forward with something that gives us a foothold towards the end of his repayment. so that he will be incented to make his last payment to us and not go over that time frame or his last two payments. And I haven't thought about this enough to figure out what that might be, but that's my thoughts and I'm done.
I don't see any lights on. Council Parton, do you have anything to say?
I agree with Councilor Randolph. I think it should be a 1-year payback period. I'd probably be a little bit more aggressive in terms of, like an initial down payment on, since the city has to front all this money, I think he should at least pay 20% up front. So that way the city doesn't have to incur, the whole expense, and we do have a little bit of skin in the game with this, or excuse me, he has a little bit more skin in the game with this, and that way it makes his payments a lot easier.
Thank you for your comments. There are no lights on right now. Madam Clerk, can you repeat the motion on the floor?
Yes. To move forward with the burn and debris removal for option 1, allow payment plan, negotiate terms of repayment and consequences for non-payment.
I'd like,
I have a question.
she's got a question. No, she's got a question.
That is the motion on the floor that we're speaking to. Counselor Pelham?
I think, I don't know if you can tell me, Vice Mayor, it seemed like her motion incurred 2 years, and Councilor Randolph said something about 1 year, so what part of the motion?
There's
is it
only
to-
one motion on the floor, and that's why I asked the clerk to repeat it.
So
She just made comments, but that's not a motion.
She didn't say a year or 2 years.
But that's still the motion on the floor.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Thank you.
I'd like to take Counselor Bennett's motion and substitute in a 1-year repayment time frame, and a 20% down payment into that motion, if that's agreeable to Counselor Bennett.
I would like to say no, because I would like to allow the staff,
Point
city
of order.
manager, what?
So let's just
I'm
go
gonna
with
There's a
point of
let's
order
go with
on the-
my substitute motion then.
We
want
gotta get
staff, yeah.
permission. There's a point of order on the floor.
Point of order is that you don't
They'll
need
just
her
vote it down.
permission for a substitute motion.
Point of order is used for questions, not comments. What's your question?
My question is it appropriate for the substitute motion to get a friendly when it should be, should it be an amended motion?
Go ahead, Madam Attorney.
The substance of it should be an amendment to the motion. However, since the original motion was before the body for discussion, it has to get permission to go to that next step anyway. So whether it's the motion to amend or motion to substitute, it will need a second, and then if it passes, then you actually will vote on the motion represented.
Thank you very much for the answer, which is why I said it has to have permission. Thank you very much. The motion on the floor that is before us at this time for discussion and or a vote. Madam Clerk, can you please repeat the motion? And if you can, take the microphone off the Parton real quick and so you can speak into it. Because I can barely hear you.
Madam Mayor, as I understand it,
It's Vice Mayor Bennett's.
no, I was talking to you. Vice Mayor Bennett didn't accept the change, so it's the same motion. Okay, just wanted to, and my other question is both Vice Mayor Bennett and Councilor Randolph are out of time. And they've all.
Thank you.
Okay, so, the motion remains the same. Move forward with burn and debris removal for option
I never
1.
finished. I'd asked her if you take it, and she said no, and I was just gonna go forward with it.
Okay, I hear you guys. Can you can we oh my goodness. So like, can you please just say the motion? We'll get past that and then we'll go over here to this point of
Okay,
order.
allow payment plan, negotiate terms of repayment and consequences for non-payment.
Everybody's clear on that motion on the floor. Now we have a point of order because Councilor Randolph was speaking, and she asked Vice Mayor Bennett if she would accept it, and she said no. So technically speaking, Councilor Randolph still has the floor. However, is she out of time is the question. And then
That was her third time speaking. She can't talk.
but she still had the floor at the time. So is she, are her 10 minutes
No,
up?
she was already on number 4 when she had the floor.
Okay, so, Madam Attorney.
Okay, so what I was trying to say is she doesn't have to ask for permission directly from Vice Mayor Bennett. Because the matter had been placed to the body for discussion, the body has to agree for the motion to substitute. And so once she made that motion, it needed to be available for a second. It could die for lack of a second, or you guys could vote it down. But that would be still the permission process. The body's giving the permission, not necessarily Vice Mayor.
I agree, but she didn't ask for that. She asked her specific, I'm fine with putting it before the floor, but the reason why I didn't say that is because she specifically said, are you fine with that? So I figured.
When she said no, then I said, I will go back to my amendment, my friendly amendment, and I was gonna go through with that, but we never even got that far.
Okay.
Because I was just gonna go back, because when
Okay.
she said no, I said, we'll just vote it down.
Okay, so,
Right, all of it.
okay, so we're good. We're on the same page. I just thought when you asked her, you was talking to her, that was like
I
a
was
little thing
trying to be
between y'all
nice.
two. So, so you wanna make a request to amend the motion, correct?
I wanna make my amended motion, just go ahead.
The request to be able to amend the motion. So that's the first step, and then if approved, then you can make your amendments. That's the proper process, correct, Madam Attorney?
Okay, I already did that.
No, you didn't. That's what I was trying to say. You asked her and then go before the body. So, Madam Clerk, on the
What?
floor right now, just putting all these pieces together, Councilor Randolph is requesting the ability to make an amended motion. And since it's before the floor, we have to vote on roll call for her.
Is she amending or substituting?
Substituting.
No,
Thank you.
that's what I'm trying to tell
See,
you.
that's why I'm, the clarity, I see
Please just,
clarity.
you guys, I'm trying to put the pieces together. I understand what's happening. I'm trying to articulate it. Just follow along with me.
Don't trip.
Councilor Randolph is asking for permission to make an amended motion. Since we were in discussion, we have to give her permission to do that as a body. Once she's been approved, then she can make her amended motion for up and down. And that's what the rules were last year. That's what we started to do to make sure we did stuff the proper way. This is not a substitute motion. It's an amended motion. Am I wrong, Madam Attorney? We gotta get permission from the body first.
You will have to do that regardless whether it's
Thank you.
substitute or a motion to amend. So, and then your permission is in the form of getting a second and then voting it up or down.
She said substitute the first time, then the second time she said amendment. I get why you're confused, because the first time she said substitute, then she came back and said amendment.
Making this stuff.
You said substitute the first time, then you said amendment.
I would like to request a
You
recess.
can't do that, I have to do it. So is this amendment or substitute? First you said substitute, then you said amendment. Are we fine with amendment?
I don't think it really matters. I was already making the motion when I mentioned to her, so I had already gotten permission to do it.
No,
Okay.
there's a step in the process. Since the vote is before the body can only give you permission. That's what I'm trying to relay.
I understand that, but I was already making it and trying to get a second at the time that I asked, and she said no, so I asked to continue with my amendment to get the second.
Correct. So again, amendment, not substitute, right? It's amendment, correct?
Doesn't matter.
It does matter, because I said amendment like 5 times, and there's a question if it's substitute or if it's amendment. So I'm trying to get the wording correct. I heard you say amendment, I'm going with amendment. There's a question substitute. Can I just go with amendment so we can keep moving?
Got amendment, we're good.
Thank you. Amended
Counselor
motion.
Holloway? Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you do roll call, please?
Thank you. Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Okay, is council, everybody aware that what we're voting on is for Counselor Randolph to be able to make her amended motion? I wanna make sure everybody knows what we're voting on. Thank you. Counselor Parton?
Yeah.
Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Thank you. The request for an amended motion has passed. Now, Councilor Randolph, would you like to make your amended motion so we can discuss that and vote on it? You have the floor.
My amended motion is to amend the original motion by putting in 1 year, 20% down, and hell, at this point, I've forgotten what I'm even saying.
Just state it from scratch. Just state what you would like it to be all the way. Just don't worry about any amendment. Just
added-
state what you want it to be.
So
1 year, 20%,
to her motion,
yes.
which was
Well,
to allow
her motion.
the burn and debris removal in option one to
Well,
allow payment plan, negotiate the terms of repayment.
repayment, the consequences for non-payment.
So the
that's
amendment
gonna
would
be
read to allow,
Move forward with the burn and debris removal to allow for a payment plan, negotiation of terms of repayment, and consequences for non-payment, to make the repayment term to be 1 year, and to put a 20% down request instead of the $7,000. Is that okay? Clear for you, Ronnie? I mean, Madam Clerk?
okay, let me run it back to you so we can all make sure it's a little hooky here. Okay.
Oh, it's almost 10:30.
It's, the current motion is move forward with the burn and debris removal for option one, allow payment plan, negotiate terms of repayment and consequences for non-payment to make the repayment term 1 year, and for him to put 20% down instead of 7,000. Is that correct?
Mr. Shaw, too.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
from Mr. Shaw.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think that's all I need to change at this point.
okay. I do not have a second for that motion.
I will second that.
Thank you, Council.
Quiet part.
Council, you're clear on the motion. Council Parton has seconded it. We have to go to discussion.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes. So, I really, my point I was trying to make is we weren't at that meeting to discuss this with Mr. Shaw, and then we're not going to have a meeting to discuss it with Mr. Shaw. And I would like staff to move forward, the city manager, to move forward with working with Mr. Shaw and coming up with either 1 or 2 options and that work best, because I don't know that, I don't have a relationship. I don't know what happened in that meeting. So, and then you can bring it back to council. We can say, okay, yeah, let's move forward with this option. Send it to the city attorney for a draft, and then let's move forward. That's what I would like to do. Because I can't determine, you put 20% down, I don't know where he stands, or, like I said, what was discussed in that meeting. I would like the city manager to move forward with negotiation process.
Before we move forward, I've lost track of comments.
Well,
At this
Council
point,
Randolph was,
that was her last time.
No, Vice Mayor Bennett, that was her 4th time.
Okay.
No, this is my first time on this motion.
It's the same.
No,
It's the same
That's what I was
topic.
trying to ask Ronnie,
It's the
if I
same
could speak,
topic.
because I was thinking, no, I can't
No,
even
it's the
speak.
same subject, so sorry.
So, Council Randolph is out of comments. Vice Mayor Bennett's out of comments. The only people eligible to comment are Ms. Councilor Holloway, Councilor Pelham,
Okay.
Councilor Parton, and Councilor Denton. I'm good.
That's fine.
Okay. Is that it?
There are no lights. We're gonna move on to roll call, please.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Councilor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. Request for review and approval of two-way constitutional city resolution. Before I pivot to the city attorney, I'm just gonna ask on the dais to please put the rule in terms of speaking 10 minutes XYZ on the next regular meeting agenda. So council will vote on just that rule.
Do the,
Huh?
Who are you asking to put it
I'm,
on the
I'm
next
requesting
agenda?
it.
Well, it goes to her, doesn't it?
I'm just giving her a task to. So I'm requesting that one rule that I kept asking about and council keeps going back and forth about to be put onto the next agenda. And then also the rule in regards to substitute and amended motion so we can get this clear prior to our work session, because I cannot go through another meeting of going back and forth over this.
So you just place them on the agenda
Yes.
for
Will it
action.
go under city attorney, report of city attorney, like your rules did when Mr. Taylor, unless you haven't, unless you changed
action.
it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not action.
No, to
It's not
approve
action.
it is action.
It's not action.
It is action, because I'm at, can you please stop doing that, please?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, where would you like it placed, Madam
Where I
Mayor?
said under city manager for action,
Okay.
because we need to vote on the rule.
Okay.
Because there,
Point of order.
let me finish speaking, because I've had, seriously, I'm about like 2 seconds away from exploding. This entire meeting, we've going back and forth over rules that we have discussed and discussed and discussed. One meeting is this way, next meeting is that way. It depends on how people are feeling during the day. And so that is why I've asked for the rules to be addressed for the past 7 months. In particular, let's just get these 2 items voted on, because the city attorney has given us drafts to clean up the rule so it's very clear for everyone. And so that way, at least we have those 2 items cleaned up and everyone is on the same page. So our future meetings, we can all have just those 2 particular guidance for us to reference, even if we don't get to the other rules, because there keeps to being an issue regarding these 2 topics. So I put my request in. Once a request is put on the agenda, it cannot be removed from a counselor. Moving on to R8. Request review and approval of 2A constitutional city resolution. Go ahead, Madam City Attorney.
Members of council, at your last meeting, you directed me to draft a resolution that was substantially similar to the one that was passed by the city of Virginia Beach relative to the Second Amendment. Specifically, the council wanted us to draft a resolution that declared the city of Hopewell as a 2A constitutional city. What you have before you in terms of a draft is my effort. As I indicated in my comments last meeting, I would make I would make the resolution, but I would not actually just copy word for word the Virginia Beach resolution. To that end, I will point out to you those specific changes that I made as it compares to the Virginia Beach resolution, which was distributed last meeting. In the first paragraph, the change is fairly nominal. I inserted the word states. At the second whereas recital, I inserted the actual citation of the provision of the Constitution of Virginia. I inserted Article 1, Section 13, and also included the word states. The third recital, I included the citation for the case District of Columbia versus Heller, which was appeared in the Virginia Beach resolution, but without the citation. The same type of change was made at the fourth recital, inserting the citation for McDonald versus Chicago. At the next citation recital, Hopewell was inserted before the word city council. City council was put in parens, and where the word fundamental was in the Virginia Beach resolution, I substituted the word constitutional. The next recital, I included the word and the laws, combining rather than separate references to the Constitution and laws of the United States, Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of Virginia. I combined those 2 references together just for precision. In the next recital, I inserted the word Virginia before General Assembly, and then inserted the words may be viewed or construed to before the word threaten. And as with the previous references to sort of combining the references to the Constitution of the United States and the Commonwealth of Virginia, I also inserted the language by the Constitution of in that recital. In terms of substantive change, and I would say that everything that I've pointed out up until this point has been more stylistic than anything. The substantive change really start at the next recital, where I inserted this particular clause, whereas the City Council is not authorized by the laws of the Commonwealth of Virginia to determine the constitutionality of laws duly passed by the General Assembly, and then it kind of kicks back to the language that the Virginia Beach City Council used. And I also inserted some language that sort of distances this body from undertaking any action that might put it in potential conflict with the laws of Virginia. I said be found by a court of competent jurisdiction to be unconstitutional. So the body would not be ruling or opining on the constitutionality. We're simply saying, in the event a court which is competently apprised with the authority makes that determination. On the second page, there are some enumerated paragraphs. No change was made to number 1. At number 2, I moved the word strongly support. I actually moved the word strongly from the word in front of support and put it before the word urge or urges on the second line. And as I did at that last recital on page 1, again, I referenced an action by the court to find a violation. Lastly, with respect to the numerous paragraphs, at paragraph number 3, I attempted to define this reference to Second Amendment constitutional city, which no one really has. And so to the extent I was trying to put some kind of parameters as to how far that can go and be construed, I defined it as a locality where a law-abiding citizen's right to keep and bear arms will not be unlawfully abridged by its officials. I think that's what the intent was, but again, because there are no clear definitions out there, I really think we need to be a little bit careful as to what we sign on to. And to that end, I deleted one paragraph that was in the Virginia Beach resolution, and I deleted the provision that said the City Council supports the action of other elected bodies making similar declarations on behalf of Virginia counties, cities, and towns. And again, because we don't know exactly how broad that language would go, I thought it was best to take it out. That concludes my remarks and presentation. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. First light on is Counselor Pelham.
We need a motion. Oh, I'll bypass so I get a motion on the floor. You get a motion.
Anyone else? Counselor Randolph?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution the city attorney has penned for us to support the City of Hopewell being a Second Amendment constitutional city.
I second it.
Madam Clerk, do you have the exact motion as stated?
She's waiting, she's writing.
I am writing very, very quickly.
No, I was looking at Counselor Denton. She was like this.
Okay, the motion is to adopt the resolution the city attorney has and for us to support the City of Hopewell being a 2A constitutional city.
Counselor Randolph, is that your motion?
Can you take out for us to support?
Yes.
Didn't make sense after you read it. It might have when I said it, but it didn't when you read it.
Council Jen, are you fine with that? Counselor Denton, are you fine with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Pelham?
I'd like to commend the city attorney for the verbiage she used, the words, however, I still would not be in opposition of the constitutional city aspect. Basically, if we're going to approve really a resolution that's either illegal or non-effective, I think to override what the General Assembly has made law, which they have not made law, they have not even completed their session to determine what the laws will be for guns and all the other stuff or paraphernalia, whatever it is, bullets and magazines that go with it. It seems premature to make a vote on any resolution to that effect. And even if this motion probably will pass, it's still non-effective. So with that, I would like to make ask for the amendment, permission to make an amendment, to amend the motion to include amendments that mean something to me, to include in the constitutional. One reason I will vote for it, if we add the amendment motion to include amendments 14 and 15, which deals with voting and equal rights, or generally. If you need to look it up and review those amendments, maybe we can have some time, but that is my motion to amend that motion to include amendments 14 and 15.
Any other discussion?
That's an amendment on the floor.
So you're requesting to be able to amend it?
Yes.
Council, Madam Clerk, can you please do a roll call for a request to make an amendment?
What are we voting on?
On Councilor Pelham's request to amend
Okay.
the motion on the floor.
Okay.
Councilor Holloway?
Was there,
It wasn't a second, so it might die for a lack of a second.
No, she
I
did
didn't think
second
it
it.
needed a second. Does it need a second?
Yes, it's a motion.
Oh, I
to
thought
amend.
someone seconded it.
I didn't hear it.
Is there a
Dies
second?
for a lack of a second.
And so, again, I would caution fellow councilors to vote against this motion. The General Assembly has not ended. We don't know what the law is gonna look like. So to put in a premature resolution to something that we don't know the end to, that basically is ineffective anyway, doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
I heard some noise down here earlier, so Council Denton, did you want to comment, or was that council partner on the phone?
it wasn't James.
Okay, never mind then. No one has anything else to say? Okay, I just have one question. Am I still signing resolutions? Because this one doesn't have my signature line on it.
I don't know, you tell me.
Am I still signing, council said to sign resolution ordinances, does any clarification? For me to sign resolution ordinances still? Yes, okay. All right.
So it just needs to be.
We'll just change it. Roll call, please.
You stick on.
Yes. To adopt the resolution, the city attorney has, and for the city of Hopewell to be a 2A constitutional city.
Don't worry, council, we started 2 minutes late, 4 minutes late, actually.
That does not matter.
Oh, go ahead with the roll call.
Come on.
Okay.
Roll call.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Counselor Parton?
Yeah.
Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
No.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-1.
See you guys later.
6-1.
And we need to correct the record. There was one vote that said 6-1. The one I abstained for Chesapeake Bay, it's actually 6-0, because I abstained.
It's what?
Yeah.
Abstention means,
No vote.
No, we didn't change that.
No, it wasn't a vote. It's no vote.
And then you should have walked out the room.
I abstained, that's
No, you're supposed to walk out the room.
No,
Yes,
that,
you
I'm
do.
doing a motion.
That's Robert rules.
Robert's rule means abstention means there's no vote.
You're supposed to walk out the room, Madam Mayor. I know you don't like to be wrong. I know you don't know, you don't wanna be wrong, but
It's not that I wanna be
you
wrong,
do.
I actually go, I'm sorry though.
No, you don't.